This is a reading of the collected works of Rudolf Steiner, volume 333, in the English translation entitled Freedom of Thought and Societal Forces, Implementing the Demands of Modern Society. This is lecture 1, entitled The Threefold Aspect of the Societal and Class Question, given in Ulm on May 26, 1919. Here, as elsewhere in Württemberg and Switzerland, I will address the most incisive and important question of modern times in connection with the recently issued, quote, appeal to the German people and culture, close quote. Most of you will have seen this appeal, which argued for a threefold subdivision of the body social. A complete exposition of its contents is available in my little book titled Toward Social Renewal, but please allow me to fill in a few of the details for you tonight. Since the shattering events of the recent catastrophic World War, societal issues that actually date back to the mid-1800s have appeared in a completely new guise. These issues should be obvious to all human souls who are alert to the signs of the times. If we compare this historical tidal wave with its previous manifestations, we realize that it has now assumed a completely new form that we cannot afford to ignore. In the last 4 or 5 years, it was often said that this terrible, catastrophic World War was unprecedented in human history. In the ongoing crisis it heralded, however, we heard very little about the need for completely new impulses to transform the social order. Although the need to relearn everything and totally change our ways of thinking is quite obvious, we hear nothing about that. Old thoughts are what led humankind into this terrible catastrophe, and new impulses will have to lead us out of it. Real in-depth observation of the societal demands resonating from increasing numbers of human hearts and minds will lead us to these impulses. These demands can be ignored only by those asleep to the times, who will continue to wait out events until the old edifice collapses into oblivion. Today we often imagine societal issues to be obvious or even very simple. But if our judgment is based on truly extensive experience of vital present and future needs, rather than on murky theories or individual personal demands, we must realize these issues as the confluence of multiple forces that have emerged in the course of humanity's development. In a certain sense, these forces carry the seeds of their own destruction within them. To those with a real overview of the circumstances, societal issues present 3 faces: cultural or spiritual life, judicial or legal life, and economic life. During the 19th century and the first 2 decades of the 20th, we came to attribute almost all issues and problems in our public life to economics. This lack of clear-sightedness was due to our belief that if we simply manage to get our bearings in the economic sector, everything will fall into place by itself. Most people today, regardless of whether they lean politically to the right or to the left, fail to see cultural, intellectual, and spiritual activity as an essential aspect of the social order. Consequently, my initial observations tonight will be devoted to that aspect. Current demands for changes in the social order originate in the rank and file of the working class. We will talk later about the 3 aspects of the trials and tribulations faced by working men and women in the times leading up to present conditions. As a consequence of industrialization, soul-destroying capitalism, and other trappings of modern civilization, the working class has been forced almost exclusively into economic activity. This activity, naturally, provides the context for working class demands, which are therefore formulated in economic terms. The issues, however, are not purely economic. Simply by recognizing that old ways of thinking have failed to adequately address the facts, which speak loudly for themselves, we can also recognize that social movements are concerned about more than just economic and legal problems. In fact, the underlying issue is spiritual or cultural. In large parts of the civilized world, we now confront an increasingly obvious failure of the status quo. Political parties of various persuasions have developed platforms and programs that are now proving inadequate to address the reality of our situation. It is no longer enough to perpetuate old party platforms. We must confront the facts directly, with all due seriousness and with a keen sense of reality. First of all, let's take a look at the development of the human activity that led to this crisis. Above all, we must look at the deep, virtually unbridgeable cleft between the working and non-working classes. The civilization enjoyed by the latter has been highly praised as a sign of great progress in modern times. Commonplace technologies now quickly deliver people and thoughts around the globe in ways that once would have been derided as utopian visions. We never tire of glorifying this progress. But today we must also add another perspective. We must ask how this progress came about. It is based entirely on an underlying structure made up of broad masses of humanity, of countless individuals whose work makes possible the culture of the few. Now, these masses have grown up. They have come to their senses and are demanding their rightful share. If we truly understand this age we live in, we must see the demands of the masses as the great historical demands of our time itself. We must realize that the call for the socialization of economic life represents not simply the demands of one social class, but the demands of humanity itself at this point in history. The leading classes participating in our much praised civilization have been conspicuous in their inability to rise to the occasion. They have failed to seize any recent opportunities to bridge the gap between themselves and a working class that is increasingly able to articulate its justified demands. More specifically, the ideas that would have needed to flow into our public life in order to bridge this gap have been lacking. An idiosyncrasy of our much praised modern culture is that it has become increasingly estranged from real life. Individuals are aware only of the life in their immediate surroundings. Entire groups of people have been unable to derive any all-encompassing, inspiring ideas or ideals from our cultural institutions, parenthesis, specifically from our education system, close parenthesis. Let me tell you one typical story that could be repeated tens and even hundreds of times from varying perspectives. Quote, I like to mention the example of Alfred Kolb, a senior civil servant who took his destiny in hand in a most remarkable and admirable way. I say this in all seriousness. I always try to avoid sarcastic comments, and there is clearly no need for them in this instance. At a certain point in his life, Kolb did something that very few civil servants do. Most of them retire and live off their pensions when they have had enough of civil service. Kolb, however, left his post and went to America, where he worked as an ordinary laborer, first in a brewery and then in a bicycle factory. He then wrote a book about his experiences. In a remarkable passage in this book, Kolb says something like this: Formerly, when I passed an unemployed person on the street, I wondered, why isn't that scoundrel working? Now I know differently. I have changed my mind about many other things as well. And I know that even the worst treatment life deals out does not look so bad from the viewpoint of a comfortable study. Close quote. I think that's Steiner speaking, but it's unclear. So they separated that off in the text, and I might I was using a different voice, but I think that that's still Steiner just giving this story. Back to Steiner. This confession is profoundly characteristic of the social circumstances of our time, a product of our culture, a man with many years of human destiny under his belt, at least as many as it takes to become a senior civil servant, knows nothing about human work, and therefore nothing about human life. To learn something about the life he is supposed to, quote-unquote, serve, is a member of the leading classes. As a member of the leading classes, he has to take his destiny in hand and accept employment as a common laborer. As a result, he acquires a completely different perspective on life. This example, which is only one among many, shows how estranged the culture of our upper classes has become from the life of the masses. The broad masses of people, needy in body and soul, see firsthand how the leading classes manage the economy and realize that something is wrong. They see that our leading classes are not leading the economy in the right spirit. And now the question is, what needs to change? In many other respects, too, we can see that over the past few centuries, the leading classes have become estranged from everything that could have prevented catastrophe. In upper-class circles, people talk very seriously and developed eminently worthy opinions about all sorts of nice subjects, about loving your neighbor and human fraternity and the need to be a good human being. But they had no connection to real life. At best, their deliberations lead to investigations. In the mid-1800s, for example, the English government investigated the management of coal mines. Its findings are still pertinent today. People warmed themselves in front of coal fires while discussing human existence and human goodness, progressive morals and advanced culture. These people needed to learn that their coal was mined by poor children, as young as 9, 11, or 13, children who almost never saw daylight, because they went down into the mines before sunrise and came up only after dark. Many similar examples could be cited, but did such findings motivate the leading classes of humanity to make real changes in the social order? Well, some people will say we have seen many changes for the better, but I would say that any improvement is due not to initiatives on the part of the leading classes, but to the bitter struggle of those who suffered under their leadership. What must we look at today? We must look at what people who work from morning till night see from the outside only as they pass our high schools and universities. They know only what they experienced in primary school. They do not know how goals and standards for elementary education are imposed from above. They see only that their elementary schools are not producing today's economic leaders. This is the first face of the societal issue. In spite of all the praise we lavish on the cultural facet of our life, parenthesis, including our education system, close parenthesis, it is no match for the tasks and challenges of our time. Next, let's look at the economy. When workers first began to organize and demand their share, and industry leaders often noted dismissively that if everything were divided equally, each person would get very little. After a while, they dropped this objection, because although it is quite true on the one hand, it is very stupid on the other. Recently, we have heard it again, with increasing frequency, but it actually misses the point. If we understand the unique structure of our modern economy, we know that the actual underlying reasons for the physical and psychological hardships endured by the working class are quite different. The cultural aspect of our society has been inadequately developed, and as a consequence we do not understand how to channel the increasing domination of the economy by technology in ways that would permit each individual a humanly worthy existence. To be sure, it has often been pointed out that the modern workers' movement emerged in reaction to modern technology, machinery, and soul-destroying capitalism. We have forgotten, however, that in our society the cultural domain has been incapable of controlling these factors as they appeared. Why is that the case? As machines, industrialization, and capitalism developed, humanity began to see state takeover of cultural affairs as a major, desirable step forward. Today, any objections to government control of cultural matters still meet with intense criticism. Culturally active people take pride in pointing out the great intellectual progress we have made since the Middle Ages, and it is certainly true that we do not wish to return to the Dark Ages. We need to move forward, not backward. Nonetheless, there is another question that must be raised here. It has been said that during the Middle Ages, intellectual activity in general, and science in particular, existed only to serve theology or the Church. But what does our modern intellectual life serve? Here is another example, again one out of hundreds or thousands, and once again I am speaking about an individual I admire greatly. In my opinion, this man was a very important scientist. He was also the General Secretary of a scholarly society in the vanguard of German intellectual life. In his well-received speeches, he attempted to express what the esteemed members of the Prussian Academy of Sciences considered their greatest honor. Parenthesis, as an historical aside, it should be noted that the Berlin Academy has always been something that sought to express spiritually the impulse of the House of Hohenzollern. Close parenthesis. In the 18th century, one of the Hohenzollerns had to appoint a president for the Academy. I am not making this up. This is historical fact. And did that institution the great honor of installing his court jester at its head. Nonetheless, this great scholar of the late 19th century said that the scholarly gentlemen of the Berlin Academy considered it their greatest honor to be the scientific bodyguards of the Hohenzollerns. Such statements must be seen as signs of the times. We must consider what intellectual activity has become through dependence on the power of the state and the related power of capitalism. If our actions are truly motivated by reality, that is, by life's necessities rather than by any preconceived notions, we will realize, parenthesis, contrary to all of the preconceptions of our time, close parenthesis, that intellectual activity will come into its own as an independent power only when it is no longer subsumed by state activity, and is thus allowed to rely entirely on itself. Everything that makes up our intellectual life, especially the educational system, must be responsible for its own administration, from the highest offices of cultural affairs to the teachers of the lowest grades. Only the forces inherent in cultural or spiritual activity must be allowed to set the standards for administration of cultural and intellectual matters. Those actively and inwardly involved in this field must be responsible for developing its governing body. It must stand on its own feet. This is the first phase of what we are calling the threefold structure of the healthy social organism. An independent field of cultural or spiritual activity will relate to life very differently than the antisocial cultural spiritual activity we have gradually fallen into and seemingly feel no need to escape. We need to hear from individuals with real experience in this field. For years I taught at the Berlin Workers' School, founded by Liebknecht. As a result, I know how to draw on sources of cultural and intellectual activity that are available to all, instead of being luxuries reserved for the privileged classes. The man's name is Liebknecht, Once found, these sources allow us to speak to all individuals who aspire to a humanly worthy existence for both body and soul. From my practical experience, I know that my working class students always understood me better when I spoke out of such sources. Because of my students' sense of cultural obligation, so to speak, there were also times when I had to accompany them to museums or other such establishments that did not represent a true folk culture, but testified to a culture of the few. I realized then that the schism between classes was also a cultural gap. My students could not really absorb or inwardly participate in outgrowths of the culture of the few. This is a mistake that is still often made today. We think that we are, quote, educating the masses, close quote, when we throw them the crumbs of what our universities, high schools, and other institutions of higher learning have cultivated, based on the social sensibilities of the few. We go to great lengths to educate adults with our public libraries, community colleges, people's theaters, and so on. But we consistently err in believing that we can convey the culture of an exclusive minority to the masses. We cannot. Our times demand a cultural life that includes all social classes. The development of such a culture, however, requires unity between the producers of culture and its intended participants, along with all their sensibilities and social backgrounds. It is not enough to throw people crumbs. On the cultural level, the entire populace must work as a whole. To make this possible, however, cultural affairs must be freed from governmental and capitalist economic constraints. In one short lecture, I cannot go into great detail about the need to extricate cultural and intellectual institutions, especially the school system, from governmental and economic influences. I cannot even tell you everything that is included in my book titled Toward Social Renewal. But the first prerequisite for the development of a threefold social organism is a cultural and intellectual life that is allowed to develop on the basis of its own intrinsic values. We need not be afraid of a culture of this sort. Even if we hold a low opinion of human beings in general, we need not fear a general reversion to illiteracy if parents are not legally required to send their children to school. To the contrary, the working class will become increasingly aware of the benefits of education. If working class children are not obliged to go to school, they will not be kept at home. Their parents will send them voluntarily. The proponents of comprehensive schools in particular have nothing to fear. Comprehensive schools are the only possible outcome of fostering the independence of cultural institutions. That is enough for now about the separation of cultural affairs from the state and the economy. The second area of life that we must consider in studying modern social issues is the sphere of rights. People have talked and written about civil rights from many different perspectives. But if our observations and perceptions about them are based on reality, scholarly definitions make as much sense as defining the colors blue and red, which are readily accessible to anyone with normal eyes. Similarly, the rights to which all individuals are entitled simply by virtue of being human are evident to any alert human mind, and the minds of the modern working class are increasingly alert. In the domain of the law and civil rights, the modern leading classes find themselves in an unpleasant and contradictory situation. On the one hand, the old patriarchal system has become useless to them, and they cannot help but encourage a certain level of democracy. It is in their best interest as capitalists to hire skilled workers with certain mental abilities. Unfortunately for the capitalists, however, encouraging individual faculties of the human mind tends to make other abilities emerge all by themselves. Of course, the leading classes hoped to develop only those abilities that make for skillful factory workers. Concomitantly, however, working class minds awoke to the circumstances of the old patriarchy and became aware of human rights. They then began to wonder whether the modern nation-state really provides a fertile ground for these rights. Instead of universal human rights, they saw privileged and underprivileged classes, and the result was what we call the class struggle of the working class. Underlying this struggle is nothing more or less than the great and justified demand for a humanly worthy existence for all people. The rights issue is the second aspect of the class issue, but we cannot become fully aware of its significance without considering the third aspect, namely the economy. The economy has subsumed two things that really do not belong to it: human labor and capital. Only the circulation of goods actually belongs to the economy. It seems to me that the events of recent years should have taught us that the workers themselves are the most important factor in the proletarian social movement. Given the current state of affairs, simply listening to lectures about the working class does not equip us to assess the real situation of the working class. We would need to have seen for ourselves how over the decades workers have spent many evening hours after days of hard work coming together to learn about the modern economic movement and the significance of labor, capital, and the production and consumption of goods. We would need to have seen for ourselves how the working class hungered for education, while the upper classes went to the theater and devoted themselves to other amusements, perhaps casting a glance from on high at the miserable life of the working class. Meanwhile, the workers were growing and learning and developing a cultural life of their own. It is a shame that the working class issue is still being construed as simply a question of bread and hungry stomachs. It is a shame that we have taken so long to realize that all working class struggles originate within the demand for a humanly worthy life that does not allow either the body or the mind to waste away. But while workers were reflecting on their collective situation and learning about the modern economy, they were also becoming conscious of their individual situations in a life controlled by the upper classes. They were told that history reflected a divine or moral world order, or at least an order based on ideas and ideals, but all they could see was that their work produced the profits that supported upper-class lifestyles. That is why the words of the titled Communist Manifesto resonated so deeply with them and made them conscious of their situation. In spite of all recent progress, workers are still condemned to let their labor be bought and sold in the market like a commodity. The basis of the working class's demand is the feeling, not always clearly expressed, that it is unworthy of human beings to allow part of themselves to be bought and sold. Entering into a wage relationship means selling one's labor, and the selling of labor belongs to older times. It is a remnant of serfdom. Workers have realized that goods belong in commerce, but labor does not. If you take goods to the market, you can sell them and return home with the proceeds, but if you sell your labor, you cannot simply take your money and go home. You have to show up and work. Human beings are forced to follow their labor. That is what the working class experienced as an existence unworthy of human beings. So now the big question is, what must happen so that labor is no longer a commodity? As a rule, members of the upper classes think very little about labor. They simply open their wallets and pay with big bills. Do they ever think about how much workers' labor those bills represent? Whatever their thoughts on the subject, they are not powerful enough to influence the status quo. The point here is that human labor cannot be priced like a commodity. Labor is something completely different, and it needs to be extricated from the economic process. The only way to do that is to see the economy as an independent member of the social body, separate and distinct from the legal, governmental, or political body. Here is an example to clarify what I mean. Economic activity is limited by natural resources. Although our technology may allow us to exploit the land and so on, we cannot do whatever we want with total disregard for natural limits. Just imagine a group of large landowners, capitalists in their own right, deciding, in quotes, that to maintain current returns, there will have to be 100 days of rain each summer, interspersed with so and so many days of sunshine. Of course, that would be absolute nonsense, but it does point out that we cannot decide how natural forces will affect this year's grain crops. Nor can we alter the economy's base of natural resources in any other way. We must submit to the forces of nature. They exist alongside and independent of the economy. Similarly, the economy must be limited by the sphere of rights. Natural forces do not depend on economic cycles in the marketplace, and human labor should be similarly independent. Human labor must be recognized as separate and independent from the economy, just as if it were a force of nature. If it is transferred to the sphere of rights, where it belongs, true equality among individuals will develop. Real civil rights can develop only when the true character of human labor is acknowledged. The extent, type, and time of work will be determined before workers enter the economic process. They will then relate as free individuals to their supervisors, who will be cultural, spiritual co-workers rather than capitalists, as we will see shortly. No matter how favorably we view labor contracts, so long as they establish wage relationships, workers will not be satisfied. A humanly worthy existence for all will result only when contractual agreements govern the joint output of supervisors and workers, but not labor itself. Then the worker-supervisor relationship will be one of voluntary partnership. This is what workers basically hope to accomplish, even though they may not yet be able to articulate it clearly. For the working class, the actual economic issue, parenthesis, and their actual economic demand, close quote, is to extricate labor from the circulation of goods in the economy and to establish it as a right within the second member of the social body, the legal or political system. Capital must also assume a new form in the context of the political system, although how private property should be reorganized remains a puzzle to many. The basic principle seems least difficult to grasp with regard to spiritual property. In this regard, our thinking is already somewhat socially responsible. We recognize that no matter how clever or talented individuals may be, parenthesis, and in spite of the fact that they bring their gifts and talents with them at birth, which is a different issue, close parenthesis, they would not be able to produce socially valuable innovations, whether practical or cultural, in isolation from society. Although patent and copyright periods vary from place to place, and individuals are allowed to benefit from their intellectual property, we recognize, at least in principle, that in the cultural domain, individual benefit ceases a certain number of years after the innovator's death. Intellectual property eventually enters the public domain. It cannot be passed down indefinitely to heirs who had nothing to do with its creation. History demands similar treatment of capital in the future. Just try to explain this to people educated in the capitalist system and see how puzzled they look. Nonetheless, one of the most important challenges of our time is to change how capital is incorporated into social processes. In the future, it will be important for everyone to develop individual abilities that allow them to manage the means of production in their particular field of work. And the, quote, means of production, close quote, are actually capital. It is in workers' best interest to have managers who are good intellectual leaders, so that labor is put to the best possible use. We must understand that in this situation the capitalist becomes an unnecessary fifth wheel. In the future, capital will still have to be raised to fund the means of production for any branch of the economy or any cultural purpose. As I described in my book, Toward Social Renewal, however, once the individual abilities of the person or groups who raise the capital no longer justify retaining the means of production as personal property, these means of production must be passed to others, not to heirs, but to completely different people, to those best able to manage the means of production for the public good. In the future, the means of production, that is, capital, will circulate freely in the social body, just as blood circulates in the healthy human body. Blood must flow throughout the entire body and cannot be allowed to stagnate anywhere. Similarly, capital will not be allowed to accumulate in the form of private property. When it has served its purpose in one place, it must pass to those who will manage it best. It will thus be relieved of a function that has caused grave social damage. Clever capitalists quite rightly say that all economic activity involves sacrificing current assets for the sake of future assets. True enough. But if the economy of the past sows the seeds of the economy of the future and ensures its survival, capital needs to share in the properties of goods in general. Again, such statements about future challenges are met with bewilderment. Real goods are consumed, used up. As they are used up, they go the way of living things. In our economy, as it has been managed so far, capital has been exempt from this fate of other goods in the economic process. Long ago, Aristotle said that capital should not produce offspring. At present, however, it is producing offspring that grow big and multiply. We can calculate how many years it takes for a capital investment to double if left to its own devices. Capital, however, should actually serve only as a placeholder for other goods, and all other goods eventually either wear out or become unusable if they are not consumed in a timely manner. Monetary investment must become subject to the fate of all other goods. Our current economy expects capital investment to double over a period of time. In a healthy economy, however, invested funds would vanish over that same time period, simply ceasing to exist. Today, people are horrified by the suggestion that their monetary investment will not double in 15 years, but will simply vanish because it is consumed or depreciated, along with the goods it is used to purchase. Of course, certain types of savings could be exempt from this rule. Today, therefore, we face major economic changes, not just minor adjustments. If we do not summon the courage to trust these changes, the social order, or rather disorder or chaos, will overwhelm us. People today have no idea that they are dancing on a volcano. They find it easier to persist in old habits. But our time actually demands not only institutional changes, but also relearning our very ways of thinking. When labor and capital are extricated from the economy, that is, when capital flows back to the public, and labor is given back to free individuals as their right, the only remaining economic processes are the production, circulation, and consumption of goods. The economy then deals only with the values of goods. In the independent economic member of the healthy social body, we will not produce simply in order to go on producing. We will produce in order to consume. Consumers, producers, and professionals will form cooperatives and associations, corporate entities that will serve functions now left to chance in the marketplace. Today, production is governed by supply and demand, which are totally inaccessible to human thinking and human judgment. In the future, these new corporate bodies will decide which factors in commerce will determine price structure, that is, the value of goods. This is the only way that each individual's production will be exactly comparable in value to everything he or she needs until the next round of production. Economic activity will become equitable. The prices of certain goods will not be out of proportion to the prices of other types of goods. Today, when wages are still embedded in the economic process, and production workers are not the independent partners of the intellectual workers who are their managers, the workers are always forced to fight for higher wages. But if higher wages close one hole, they open another. Groceries become more expensive, and so on. This can happen only in an economy polluted with capital and wage relationships. By contrast, in an economy in which associations or cooperatives determine the value of goods on a rational basis rather than on the basis of supply and demand, which are subject to chance, every individual will be afforded a humanly worthy existence. Such an economy is truly what the working class is demanding. This demand is clearer in certain specific areas. For example, in the case of works councils, joint employee management committees with specific legal powers and responsibilities, which have been so mangled by recent legislation. If the works councils are to become what the working class is demanding, they cannot be set up to serve the state, as intellectual institutions were in the past. Their independent, socially responsible activity must be allowed to thrive in the context of the economy. For this to happen, however, the economy itself must be independent and self-governing. In addition to factory works councils, we will need transportation councils and other councils that develop as needed on the basis of purely economic activity, and establish their own bylaws based on economic experience. I know that a great many people today say that we lack the economic literacy needed to implement such changes. That, however, is how people talk about ideals when they prefer to avoid acting on real possibilities. When we realize that practical knowledge is infinitely more valuable than any knowledge imposed from above, we will recognize the need for works councils, not only in individual factories, but also as liaisons among many different businesses. They will need to join together in larger associations. As long as their foundations are purely economic, they will not exist simply for decoration, but will become the actual human factor in shaping the economy. That is what must happen. What I have dubbed the threefolding of the social organism is not the product of specious reasoning or murky theorizing. It is based on direct observation of what life demands of us now and will demand in the future. Our present culture provides no real basis for focusing on what reality demands, and as a result, very few people are able to do so, which is a real shame. Today, people malign truly practical ideas as, in quotes, ideology or, in quotes, utopian. What are the underlying reasons for this negativity? Some say we must socialize the means of production. So do I. But I also say that we need not only goals, but also ways of achieving them, and the courage to do so. People often tell me that what I say is hard to understand. Admittedly, looking at real life instead of judging it on the basis of subjective demands requires more effort than we are accustomed to applying. It is imperative, however, that we summon the inner courage to think radically about certain things. That is what our time demands of any conscious individual. I must say that in the past 4 or 5 years, I have met people who understood things I did not. They arrived from certain places, claiming to understand things they kept in nice frames, so they could look at them all the time, things that came from central headquarters and the like. They understood, however, because they were ordered to understand. The understanding that comes from inner courage, however, can never be commanded. Now the time has come when people must no longer permit themselves to be commanded to understand. Instead, we must learn to base our assessment of what is needed on our life experience and in an unbiased way before it is too late. In general, I am reluctant to recount personal incidents, but life today is dominated by personal events, and individual experiences can be both strange and representative. In April of 1914, I was obliged to comment on the socio-political situation in Europe at a small gathering in Vienna. Parenthesis, note the time and place. As you know, the catastrophic World War started in Austria. Close parenthesis. I said something to this effect. Anyone who looks at the social conditions that have gradually developed must feel great concern for our civilization, because our society has developed a cancer that will soon reach the crisis stage. And in fact, the World War broke out a short time later. At that time, I had to point out that international capitalism was driving us into a crisis. Like anyone else making such statements, I was denounced as an impractical idealist or a utopian ideologist. Of course, at that time, in quotes, practical people were speaking very differently about the world situation, with no mention of the prospect of a social cancer. Consider, for example, what the German foreign minister said to the enlightened members of the German Reichstag. We must assume they were enlightened, since they were appointed to their posts. In the spring of 1914, he said, "We are heading for peaceful times. We have seen gratifying progress toward a general relaxation of tension. We have a very positive relationship with Russia, and the cabinet in Petersburg is not listening to the press hounds. Promising negotiations with England are likely to conclude soon, to the benefit of world peace. Relations between the two governments are continuing to deepen." These were the words of a practical individual who was not derided as an idealist. The, quote, general relaxation of tension, close quote, progressed so well that it soon resulted in the crisis we all suffered through. Under the circumstances, it was not entirely comfortable to hear speakers at the recent League of Nations conference reiterating old habitual thinking on all sorts of subjects. They failed to say anything relevant about the modern social movement, which is the only thing capable of founding a true League of Nations. These old habitual ways of thinking often lead to very strange answers coming from very intelligent people, parenthesis, I certainly don't want to underestimate people's intelligence, close parenthesis. In Bern, one such intelligent gentleman recently told me that he could not imagine that threefolding would accomplish much, since ultimately it all has to come together in a unity. Civil rights cannot be limited to the political sphere, and so on. But my point is that the sphere of rights must develop on its own terms if we are to have rights in the economy and in cultural affairs. People say that I am attempting to chop the body social into pieces, but that is not what I am talking about. The point is to give the social organism three strong legs to stand on: a healthy rights sphere, a healthy economy, and healthy cultural institutions. When these exist, the overriding unity will develop of its own accord, and it will be the centralized state we idolize, but have to abandon if we want socialism. For more than a century, people have talked about equality, liberty, and fraternity as the three great social ideals or impulses for humankind. The highly intelligent people of the 19th century, who proved that these ideals could not possibly be achieved, had been hypnotized by the idea of the centralized state, and therefore saw these ideals as contradictory. But now it is time to implement these ideals and to take up these three social impulses, which can only be done in the context of the threefold social organism. In a self-determining domain of cultural and intellectual affairs, individual capacities must develop on the basis of freedom. In the sphere of rights, which includes employer-employee relationships, the prevailing principle must be inherent equality of all human individuals. And the economy must be governed by the true sister and brotherliness that can flourish only in cooperative associations, whether of consumers or producers. Liberty, equality, and fraternity will each be able to prevail in one of the members of the threefold body social. Liberty will thrive in cultural and intellectual affairs. Equality in a democratic sphere of rights, and fraternity in economic activity. Today I have been able to present only a few of the most important perspectives on what we must consider in these serious times if we truly want to escape from chaos and confusion instead of falling deeper into them. Rather than thinking only of small changes, we must summon the courage to admit that a day of great reckoning is upon us. Alert minds see what is coming and realize that we do not have much time to debate what to do. Therefore, let us set out on the path that presents itself to us today, the path to a threefold social order that lies before us. Is this a path of impractical idealism? It seems so only to those who prefer to perpetuate the, in quotes, practicality that brought us the catastrophe of a world war. To heal the body social, we must fundamentally abandon any superstitious idolization of so-called practicality that is nothing more than brute human egotism. We must subscribe to an idealism that is not one-sided, but based on real practical life experience. If we are seriously concerned about our time, we must inquire about ways of healing the grievous injuries that are being inflicted on our society. We can only hope that more and more people will ask this question and find this path before it is too late. It could indeed be too late very soon. Concluding remarks. After a discussion largely dominated by party and union functionaries, Rudolf Steiner rose to speak again. I am afraid the discussion would have been more fruitful if the speakers had actually gone into the issues I raised. Since that did not happen, I will only be able to draw your attention to a few individual points in the time remaining. Several speakers said that I did not present anything new. However, I am very familiar with the development of the socialist movement, and what I presented today is based on an actual experience of how the recent international crisis reorganized our society. Anyone who claims that what I said is essentially nothing new needs to be made aware that this claim is fundamentally untrue. The reality of the situation is quite different. The speakers failed to hear the new element in what I presented. They heard only a few obvious and well-deserved criticisms of the existing social order, slogans they have been accustomed to hearing for many years. That is all they heard. They heard absolutely nothing of everything in between. Nothing of what I said about the threefolding of the body social, or the real socialization it could achieve. Presumably they failed to mention any of this in their contributions to the discussion because they did not hear it. I understand that. I also understand, however, that this state of affairs cannot lead to a fruitful discussion. For example, one speaker who seemed not to have lived through the last 5 or 6 years expounded on the same old theories that have been dealt with so many times before this catastrophe began. He conscientiously restated all the theories of surplus value, and so on, which are certainly quite true, but have already been presented countless times before. The only thing he forgot to consider is that we are now living in quite different times. He forgot, for example, what a highly respected socialist leader said a few months before the German capitulation, namely, that when this catastrophic world war is over, the German government will have to relate very differently to the working class and involve it in all government actions and legislation. Socialists also said that the socialist parties would have to be taken into account. Well, that has not happened. The wielders of power sank into the abyss, and your parties watched it happen. These parties now face a completely different international situation, one that requires us to learn to listen to the most urgent current needs. We must not simply ignore new ideas or choose to hear only the voices of long-standing parties within the socialist movement. If we do, we are in grave danger, a danger that was actually always present in the old international order, which paved the way for reactionaries. How? By dismissing any effort to perceive the reality of the situation and base actions on this reality. Instead, actions were derived from mere ideologies and philosophies having nothing to do with reality. The worst thing that could happen now would be for the Socialist Party to succumb to some sort of reactionary paralysis that would prevent it from actively dealing with the facts which speak so loudly for themselves. That is where we stand today. After making the acquaintance of a number of Marxists, Karl Marx himself said, "As for myself, I am no Marxist." Parenthesis, real innovators often have similar experiences, close parenthesis. Marx always showed that he was able to learn from events, in particular the events of 1870 to 1871, and to adapt to changing times. Today, no doubt, he would admit the possibility that threefolding the body social represents a solution to the social and class problem. Whenever innovators suggest new ways of thinking and acting that require real courage, people say they offer goals but no way of achieving them. Has anyone else introduced the idea of a self-liquidating government? That is truly an unusual idea. Old governments, and even the socialist government, have no intentions beyond being conscientious extensions of what government used to be. What we need, however, is for government to retain the initiative only in the center, that is, to retain oversight of security services, public hygiene, and the like, while leaving the economy and the domain of cultural affairs to manage themselves. This is not a theory and not a philosophy. It is an indication of what needs to be done. And the first step in implementing it is to understand that it is necessary. In turn, that understanding requires a willingness to relinquish old habits and to stop hearing what we want to hear while ignoring everything unfamiliar. When speakers get entangled in practical contradictions without noticing it, they demonstrate the impossibility of finding practical ways forward. One speaker, having said first that real political power rests on economic underpinnings, then went on to say, after a number of other remarks, so the juxtaposition was not obvious, that we must seize political power in order to seize economic power. On the one hand, therefore, he is saying that whoever has economic power also has political power. But a few sentences later, he says that we must have political power first, and then we will also have economic power. It is impossible to develop practical approaches with people who talk like that. The ability to think clearly without confused trains of thought is a prerequisite to any truly practical approach. We will get no further by clinging to objections such as, given people's predisposition to comfort and convenience, they will have to be forced to send their children to comprehensive schools. That was the reasoning of the former wielders of power. The members of government were truly no more intelligent than their constituents, but they were always convinced that people would do nothing voluntarily and would have to be forced to act. It is strange to see this sort of reasoning now appearing among socialists, when the reality of the situation demands receptivity to actual needs rather than clinging to entrenched theories and the like. Anyone who says, quote, we must seize power, close quote, is speaking in vague theoretical terms. Seizing power without knowing what to do with it results in no progress at all. Go ahead and seize power. Power is for the birds if you have no inkling of what to do once you have it. Before coming to power, it is essential to be quite clear about what you intend to use it for. The resolution of November 9 is over. Whether successfully or not is a question of perspective. The international community sees the revolution as bogus because those who seized power do not know what to do next, other than issue calls for unity in accordance with old party platforms. But there is only one way of inspiring unity, namely to see where the actual damage lies. This is how the threefolding impulse is trying to bring about unity. Objectively speaking, it is simply a slander to say that a new party or a new sect should be founded. That is nonsense. Even if the resolution was passed by numerous assemblies, I am quite certain that it would never be implemented, because doing so would soon unseat those presently in power. There is no reason to fear any threat to unity. But there is one way of effectively destroying unity. Just insist on your own principles. Say, quote, if you do not agree with me, there is no unity, close quote. That is what many people today really mean when they preach unity. As I said before, I regret not being able to go into detail, because not one of the speakers who contributed to the discussion really touched on anything I actually presented in my lecture. In the end, they even accused me of philosophizing. These speakers would starve as philosophers, and it is highly debatable whether the last speaker's philosophizing would help us discover anything that might really be helpful in the current situation. The impulse of threefolding society was first presented in the context of foreign policy during the recent catastrophic war, when I believed the time was right. That was long before the monstrosity of the peace treaty of Brest-Litovsk. At that time, on the basis of this threefolding impulse, it seemed right to me to seek some kind of equitable balance with the East, rather than what actually happened. No one understood this, and the well-known consequences of the Brest-Litovsk Accord followed. Today it is essential to find people who will act differently than those to whom I initially presented the threefolding idea. A brochure about responsibility for the war, which will appear in the next few days, will tell the world about how the great crisis broke out and about what was actually going on in Germany in late July and early August of 1914. It will also show that people did not think for themselves, but were content to let the authorities think for them. This apathy, far from producing a rational foreign policy, led to the nadir of German foreign policy on July 26th. The world needs to be aware of events within Germany in July and August of 1914, which are soon to be brought to light through the memoirs of the individual most involved in those events. We will see what opportunities we missed, because the authorities persisted in their usual ways of thinking, while everyone else basically allowed themselves to be told what to believe. But enough about this. We've heard it often before. The war profiteers were followed by revolution profiteers, and the warmongers were followed by the revolution monger, and in both cases, their relationship to the profiteers was roughly the same. It is time to move beyond inciting violence and upheaval. We must also move beyond accepting the political leadership of any authorities whatsoever, whether socialists or others. We must become capable of judging for ourselves. But this will not happen if we dismiss all proposals based on the actual requirements of our time. I will not go into the contributions that distorted and misrepresented the spirit in which my observations were intended. It is objectively inaccurate and derogatory to claim that I attempt to bridge differences with goodwill. I did not talk about bridging differences with goodwill. I talked about organizational changes that need to happen. Making our cultural, economic, and political affairs and their institutions independent of each other has nothing to do with goodwill, but everything to do with objective descriptions of what needs to be done. I fully agree with anyone who says that we must first have power, but I am not at all clear that wielders of power will know what to do with it. If we simply intend to barge ahead, leaving the unenlightened masses behind, we will find ourselves in much worse circumstances than before. In contrast to the philosophizing of others, who may feel terribly practical if you say, quote, "The French are completely impoverished and can't give us any bread. England has also been broken by the war and can't give us any bread. America is too expensive for us, but we can get bread from Russia," close quote. Well, in spite of reports to the contrary, it is safe to assume for the moment that the English have much more bread than the Russians. Expecting bread from the Russians has no basis in fact. The essential point now is to grasp the reality of our situation and to acknowledge that we need new ways of thinking. Our old intellectual institutions were incapable of creating an equitable society. For that, we need a new spiritual life, which can be accomplished only by freeing cultural and intellectual spiritual affairs from political constraints. Similarly, labor needs to be extricated from economic conflicts and protected by an independent constitutional state. We also need equitable pricing, which can happen only in the context of self-regulating economic activity. These are all things we can actually work toward, not mere revolutionary phrases. If we have the courage to introduce them, they will truly change the world. I believe this will become apparent if you apply enough thought to the threefolding of the society. These changes could be introduced in a relatively short time. Once a healthy threefold organism exists, it will revolutionize our circumstances. If it is adopted internationally, we will no longer need to trumpet world evolution, because the revolution will happen as a matter of course. Demanding revolution will not make it happen. It will happen only if we identify seminal ideas that will grow and bear fruit for all. We do not need to waste much time talking about this, but we do need to understand what must happen. Threefolding society has nothing to do with ideologies, utopias, or philosophies. It is an action plan, a working plan, not a description of some future state. Every house needs a working plan or a blueprint, and so does the reorganization of society. This reorganization will not be implemented by anyone who holds back, whether socialists or others, but only by those who really intend to move forward. I am afraid those of you who heard only, quote, old ideas, close quote, and, quote, nothing new, close quote, here today would lead us into chaos, not out of it. For once, let us be seriously receptive to ideas that are unaccustomed and new. Ideas that, out of complacent habits of thought, we are inclined to ignore completely, editing out all but our own pet phrases. We need to change our thinking. Before it is too late, humankind must appeal to new thinking habits, new mindsets, and new schools of thought. Once again, I tell you, if we do not find the inner courage to do this, it could soon be too late. The end of Lecture 1 and the concluding remarks of that lecture. This is a reading of the collected works of Rudolf Steiner, number 333, entitled Freedom of Thought and Societal Forces, Implementing the Demands of Modern Society. This is Lecture 2, entitled Insight into the Supersensible Human Being and the Task of Our Time, given in Ulm on July 22nd, 1919. It is natural to ask about the causes of the hardship and misery all around us at present. But we usually look for these causes in outer circumstances, turning first to the painful experiences of the last 4 or 5 years. We may come to realize that this crisis developed gradually, over decades or even centuries, in the course of humanity's modern development. The war broke out like a thunderstorm that had gathered strength unnoticed throughout a long, sultry day. But even if we look to the past for the sources of our current situation, we tend to consider outer circumstances and outer solutions, the outer measures and institutions, in the hope that they might lead us out of chaos and confusion. To a great extent, of course, this view is correct, as I attempted to demonstrate when I lectured here on social and class questions several weeks ago. A different view of these issues is also possible, however. That view requires us to become aware of a significant mental phenomenon of our times. We are right to strive for more socially equitable conditions than have been our lot for the last 3 to 4 centuries. But we do so out of a very strange mentality. Essentially, modern human souls are full of antisocial drives and instincts that make mutual understanding almost impossible. Life, as we know it, is the product of centuries of antisocial attitudes and behaviors, and as we strive for greater social equity, we are still acting out of a fundamentally antisocial frame of mind. Viewing the issue from this perspective, we discover that our modern antisocial drives are related to the fact that we have lost the way to the inmost core of the essential being we each intuit within ourselves, whether more or less clearly or only dimly and instinctively. We have lost the way to the supersensible human being. As strange as it may sound, we are no longer conscious of the longings of our inmost souls, which are thirsting for insight into our supersensible nature. In modern times, it is difficult to satisfy this thirst, and the difficulties, although we hate to admit it, account for many of the outer expressions of confusion and chaos we encounter. Tonight, I will tell you about a possible solution to this problem that differs from many other approaches. Because I approach it from the perspective of anthroposophical spiritual science, I cannot resolve this problem as easily and comfortably as most people today would prefer. When learning about the mountains of the moon or the moons of Jupiter, for example, and the physical instruments and techniques needed to investigate them, people admit that this knowledge may be complicated and difficult to acquire. They accept that the process may not be easy. When it comes to learning about the supersensible world, or the spiritual aspect of human existence, however, people are not so ready to accept difficulties. The way I will speak to you tonight, for example, is, quote, too difficult, close quote, for most people to follow. They prefer childish faith to a scientific approach to supersensible worlds. When dealing with our soul's highest aspirations, it is easier to resort to childish faith in the Bible or an established creed, and to reject the less comfortable path. What people fail to recognize today, however, is that to want spiritual development to be easy and comfortable, and to find it difficult to escape from our antisocial drives, are intimately related phenomena. We have long been told, and have long believed, that simple childish confessions of faith can lead to supersensible worlds. If we could come to recognize the connection between this assertion and the antisocial drives we are expressing today, we would change our minds about this quote-unquote comfortable path to supersensible worlds. It is not out of spiritual eccentricity, but out of a real sense of responsibility toward the needs and challenges facing modern humanity, that spiritual science offers modern individuals another way. Real inner self-knowledge shows us that we can no longer be content with the old methods of spiritual development. Many human souls long to find new paths to the spirit, and anthroposophically oriented spiritual science attempts to satisfy these longings. Today, as I said, people wonder, whether more or less consciously or more or less unconsciously, about the body-soul connection. Parenthesis, that is, they wonder about it if they are not so worn out by doubts about the human soul that they deny its existence entirely. But what do we really know about the soul and the body today? We observe the body by using our senses, and the same reasoning we apply to outer physical things. Then, for aspects not directly accessible to our senses and rational thinking, we turn to the natural sciences to learn more about the physical body's intrinsic laws and essential nature. In contrast to outer knowledge of the body, we have inner perceptions of our thoughts, feelings, and intentions, which we associate not only with certain inner desires, wishes, and hopes, but also with the belief that this inner aspect of ourselves has more lasting significance for the world than does the life of the physical body. At this point, however, a question arises that gives birth to grave doubts. How do the thinking, feeling, and willing that I perceive within myself relate to the physical body, which I and others perceive outwardly, and which science attempts to explain? Today we count on having everything explained with the due scientific authority, but when we are unable to explain the body-soul connection for ourselves, we discover that there is little to be gained by addressing this question to scientists. We encounter all sorts of hypotheses and assumptions, but virtually nothing with a ring of truth to it. And we are generally left with no more certainty than we could provide for ourselves. Finding a convincing explanation is one of the self-imposed tasks of anthroposophically oriented spiritual science. But the routes to a scientific understanding of outer phenomena are not the same as the routes to authentic spiritual science. There is usually not much excitement in modern scientific research. When scientists explain what it is like to investigate external natural phenomena in clinics or laboratories, they generally describe going about their work with a certain degree of equanimity. You will hear a very different story from researchers who describe aspects of the route to an understanding of the essential nature of the supersensible human being. When they talk about their experiences, they inevitably mention inner struggles, the need to overcome oneself, and repeated instances of standing at the edge of the abyss of doubt. They will tell you many stories about all they had to overcome and undergo to achieve an understanding of the actual supersensible core of the human constitution. Doubts about the body-soul connection are among the experiences needed to acquire the intellectual modesty required for perception of this sort. Most people today approach such questions with intellectual arrogance, but we gradually become aware of the need for intellectual modesty if we make a real effort to apply ordinary thinking and other mental powers to the question of the essential character of the human soul and body. We find that our ordinary human thinking and perception are inadequate to the task. The inner effort, however, makes us feel somewhat like 5-year-olds holding a volume of lyric poetry. Before 5-year-olds can do anything with a book like that, or at least anything pertinent to its essential character, they need help to develop their faculties. We must realize that our ordinary powers of thinking and perception are similarly inadequate for understanding the essential nature of the world and of our own existence. Developing an inner attitude of intellectual modesty and realizing the inadequacy of our ordinary thinking are the first steps on the path to understanding the supersensible worlds. When we speak about these worlds, both the content and the manner of our speaking are necessarily different from when we talk about the ordinary world of sensory perception. This means, however, that we must take in hand the faculties of thinking and understanding that we apply to ordinary daily life and ordinary science. This is something we can only do for ourselves. Other people help children to develop their faculties through education and upbringing, but we must take our own inner soul faculties in hand and develop them further, especially our thinking, at least initially. My book titled How to Know Higher Worlds provides detailed and systematic descriptions of how to go about this. But tonight, due to the short time available to us, I will be able to present only the most basic aspects. There is one thing we must understand as a prerequisite to self-development of this sort. When we seek explanations of outer physical human nature, we turn to scientists. Please note that it is not my intention to belittle the natural sciences. Spiritual researchers see natural science as completely justified and acknowledge its recent great triumphs as fully as natural scientists themselves do. The better the spiritual researcher, the more he or she appreciates the value and significance of the natural sciences. We must realize, however, that our questions to natural science bump into inherent limits of knowledge. You all know that conscientious scientists acknowledge such limits. The concepts and terms used to answer our questions about objects, force, matter, etc., have changed over time, but scientists have always acknowledged the existence of certain limits that human cognition supposedly cannot transcend. In their own fields, natural scientists are right to observe these limits. Clearly, these limits cannot apply to spiritual science, but equally important is that spiritual researchers must not attempt to transcend them through mere speculation or fantasizing of any sort. As they approach subjects beyond the pale of natural science, spiritual researchers experience formidable internal struggles. The battle to overcome natural scientific limits leads to a first great insight, which proves fundamentally important to understanding the supersensible nature of the human being. By struggling with the limits of natural understanding, spiritual researchers realize that our human constitution is uniquely adapted to life. As experience leads them to ask what prevents natural science from seeing into the essential character of the natural world, they discover a strange and shattering fact. If nature were fully transparent, with no limits, we human beings could not possess a certain faculty that we need for our life together between birth and death, namely, the faculty of love. All love between individuals, the brotherly and sisterly love that warms our souls in social encounters with others, would be impossible if nature imposed no limits on our ordinary understanding. This is a truth that cannot be proved logically, just as the existence or non-existence of whales cannot be proved logically. We believe whales exist because we see them. Similarly, we cannot prove that love would not exist if our natural understanding knew no limits. This truth, however, is a matter of direct experience for anyone who achieves a certain degree of spiritual cognition and, in quotes, sees the secrets that our human existence conceals. One such secret is that we gain the capacity for love by losing our initially unlimited natural understanding, and vice versa. This insight, however, also reveals what we must overcome in order to gain access to the spiritual world that houses the inmost core of our being. This is one of the fundamental principles of all paths of spiritual development in general. If we are not to lose love as we transform our thinking into something more than the ordinary, we must increase our capacity for love, our loving devotion to all of the world's beings, above and beyond the love we bestow in ordinary life, between birth and death. Preparation for the path of spiritual knowledge includes becoming much more capable of love than we need to be in our ordinary interactions with each other. In fact, we gradually become aware that as long as we occupy physical bodies, love is the only way our undivided human nature can learn about the world. Love is the only research method available to us. To gain access to the spiritual world, our thinking must develop beyond the level it would naturally achieve. We can reach this higher level by systematically disciplining ourselves to perform specific mental activities that we would perform only perfunctorily or coincidentally in ordinary life. Tonight I can present only a few details about the exercises that are described at length entitled How to Know Higher Worlds, but I will at least be able to give you some idea of the basis for the higher development of human thinking. When we perceive an outer stimulus of any sort, we pay attention to it. When we hear a sound, we develop an interest in what is happening, where the sound came from. Typically, the mental activities of interest and attentiveness are stimulated from outside. The path to spiritual perception involves a voluntary and deliberate application of energy, interest, attentiveness, etc., as in meditation, for example, where we may focus our consciousness on a single mental image for a long time. In everyday life, we would soon lose interest in that image and stop paying attention to it. But suppose we deliberately dwell on it for a period of time, reinforcing our interest or attentiveness from within whenever it slackens. Doing this exercise repeatedly strengthens our thinking and transforms it. Just as any manual work takes effort, this new thinking is full of inner activity that takes effort on our part. And it is related to our ordinary thinking in the same way that our ordinary adult thinking relates to that of a 5-year-old confronted with lyric poetry, for example. Having achieved this new thinking, we realize that the inner effort it requires is as tiring to the body as years of hard physical labor. When we recognize that the mental effort of working on ourselves is as strenuous as chopping wood, for example, we have grasped living inward thinking. By contrast, our ordinary thinking simply follows along with outer phenomena and events. Reflect for a moment on how you think in everyday life. You go about your work and your thinking runs alongside in a dreamy sort of way. If you challenge your thinking by reading a difficult book, however, you soon discover that inwardly active thinking is as tiring as any other activity. If you carry this process ever further, you will notice that our thinking changes into a type of thinking we never dreamt of before. Our ordinary thinking is a mere reflection of this new thinking, which is inwardly alive and does not depend on either the brain or the body for its instrument. If we follow the path outlined in Entitled How to Know Higher Worlds, it will become evident, as grotesque, paradoxical, or crazy as this may sound today, that the spiritual essence we grasp through inward, active thinking is completely independent of the instrument of the brain. I am not talking about any new development, because this spiritual essence does not develop, in quotes. We simply become aware of its presence. We perceive the supersensible essence of the human being. At this point, we also recognize the grave error of both ordinary science and the views on thinking popular in our materialistic age. Science tells us that the brain is the instrument of thinking, but this is just as wrong as imagining that tire tracks and footprints on a muddy dirt road develop from below as the result of underground forces. Clearly, that interpretation is ridiculous. Nothing in the makeup of the soil tells us anything about how these marks appeared, because they were imprinted from above by people and cars passing by. When we become familiar with body-free thinking, we recognize that ordinary science makes a similar mistake. The nerves and convolutions of the brain do not house forces that produce consciousness. They are merely imprints of a mental activity that is independent of the body. Mental activity leaves physical traces on the brain, but the body does not produce these traces. They are imprinted on it by an active essence. This active essence, however, is not always easy to grasp. It takes a considerable presence of mind to catch even a brief glimpse of body-free human thinking. Spirit flares up in our ordinary perception and fades away with the speed of lightning. As you read Entitled How to Know Higher Worlds, cultivating what we call presence of mind, the ability to assess situations and respond to them rapidly, is good preparation to become aware of the Spirit. By cultivating the faculty of presence of mind, we prepare ourselves to see what appears out of the spiritual supersensible world. Normally, we lack the presence of mind to look at such flashes of spirit before they disappear. But when we learn to catch these glimpses of the spiritual world, that is, when our developed thinking recognizes the spirit-dwelling aspect of the human being, we see beyond ordinary, everyday human life and acquire a completely different perspective. One unique characteristic of spiritual perceptions is that they cannot be remembered in the ordinary sense of the word. When seers talk about the spiritual world, they cannot simply recall what they once saw, but must repeatedly recreate the circumstances that allow them to see it But if spiritual perception is as fleeting and rapidly forgotten as a dream, it nonetheless contains a memory of a very significant sort. At this point, it is important to inject a comment that will necessarily sound very strange to people today. Centuries ago, it must have sounded equally strange when people first heard that what appear to be mere points of light in the night sky are actually countless worlds distributed throughout space. That certainly must have been difficult to believe at first, but people got used to the idea, and now we accept it as a matter of course. Similarly, the experiences that spiritual researchers achieve by developing their thinking may sound strange now, but in a couple of centuries they will be accepted as common knowledge. One of the tasks of our time is to develop people's understanding for this expansion of human cognition and perception. When we are applying inwardly alive, body-free thinking, ordinary memory is inaccessible to us. Instead, we look back on the life of spirit and soul that we lived in a purely spiritual world before descending into the sense-perceptible world and uniting with physical human bodies through conception and birth. Let me read that sentence again. Instead, we look back on the life of spirit and soul that we lived in a purely spiritual world before descending into the sense-perceptible world and uniting with physical human bodies through conception and birth. Our view expands beyond bodily life to reveal the life in the spiritual world from which we descended to enter physical existence. This insight also gives a completely new meaning to all of our human interactions. When we encounter people socially, we develop sympathy for some more quickly than for others. We develop a great variety of connections to other people during this life between birth and death. When we acquire a spiritual researcher's insight into life, we discover that anything that attracts us to one person, or more or less alienates us from another, in short, any interpersonal connection we develop, is the consequence of experiences with that other soul in a different world before we descended into our current physical existence. Everything we experience in the physical world is revealed as a reflection of experiences in the spiritual world. I have described a modern way to achieve perception of the spiritual world through mental effort. Many people today may be unable to acknowledge this possibility, but they are simply not keeping pace with the times. When the first railroad was about to be built in Germany, a group of physicians and other experts was convened to deliver an informed opinion on whether or not railroads should be built. These experts advised against building railroads on the grounds that rail travel would be hazardous to health and that only fools would choose to ride the trains. At the very least, if construction proceeded against all better judgment, it would be necessary to erect a tall board fence on either side of the tracks to prevent concussions in people standing close to the passing trains. Today, some people believe, figuratively speaking, that hearing spiritual researchers talk about their insights into the supersensible world will cause concussions, but continued progress will overcome this prejudice, just as we have overcome other prejudices in the past. Many people who despair of finding inner satisfaction in old religious traditions turn to so-called mysticism, believing that if they sink ever deeper into their own souls, the true inner nature of the human being will bubble up as if from some mystical source. This approach also has limits, which spiritual researchers must learn to recognize. It is important to acknowledge mysticism, just as we acknowledge the natural sciences. But we cannot be constrained by either approach. We must learn that mysticism, by itself, leads only to illusions about the supersensible makeup of the human being, not to real knowledge. Legitimate spiritual researchers are truly not illusionists. They have no illusions about what should be accepted as reality. Unlike ordinary mystics, they do not begin by attempting to conjure up all sorts of fantastical phenomena from within themselves. Through the struggle to control and direct their own inner activity, they recognize that mystical discoveries are essentially limited to impressions of the period since birth. These impressions may have been received subconsciously rather than being clearly perceived, but they persist in memory nonetheless. Even natural scientists have made pertinent observations in this regard. The following example from scientific literature is only one out of hundreds and thousands. A scientist is walking past the display window of a bookstore when his glance falls on the title of a book, and he breaks out laughing. There is nothing funny about the title, so he cannot understand his sudden urge to laugh. He closes his eyes, thinking it might be easier to solve this puzzle without the distraction of the outer impression. With eyes closed, he hears something he did not notice before, the sound of a hurdy-gurdy in the distance. As he continues to listen, he identifies the melody as one he once danced to. At that time, he was paying more attention to his dance partner, or perhaps to the dance steps, and so the melody made very little impression on him. That slight impression, however, was strong enough to recall later in life when he heard a hurdy-gurdy play the same melody again. Spiritual researchers, being well aware of such instances and their true character, do not succumb to illusions. They know that mystical talk about experiencing the divine, eternal human being within sometimes has no more significance than a hurdy-gurdy melody. It is simply the recollection of past events that have been altered in subconscious memory. The paths of ordinary mysticism will lead you to nothing more than what you have already perceived. If you aspire to become only a mystic, you may succumb to terrible illusions. For spiritual researchers, this is another boundary to cross, or limitation to transcend. For them it is a matter of direct experience, although one not logically provable, that attempting to achieve spiritual perception by looking inside oneself is neither safe nor effective. If we go this route, we risk losing another mental faculty necessary for ordinary life, namely memory. Healthy memory depends on the health of all other mental faculties. Disturbances of memory indicate that the I, capital, itself is disturbed, a terrible mental illness. Just as the limits of natural cognition allow us to love, our ability to remember is due to the impossibility of discovering the higher nature of the human being through inward directed vision. We can, however, take steps to consolidate and strengthen the faculty of memory to a greater extent than occurs naturally. Exercises for this purpose are also described in my book, How to Know Higher Worlds, I mentioned earlier. If you make a practice of reviewing the events of your day each evening, visualizing them very clearly, you safeguard and strengthen the mental faculty of memory to serve purposes above and beyond those of everyday life. The next step would be to take your own I consciously in hand by doing exercises that deliberately cultivate new habits. Think for a moment about how you have changed in the last week, month, year, or decade. If you compare your present mental state to that of 10 or 20 years ago, the inner growth and development becomes obvious. For the most part, however, we develop unconsciously. Life itself forces us to change. I have already described how thinking can be developed consciously. Similarly, we can also cultivate our intentions and actions deliberately. We move toward conscious self-discipline by always being aware of what we do badly and of opportunities to learn from life. In ordinary life, we are not aware of the dark workings of our will. If we take our development in hand by observing our own intentions and actions, we will find that our will gradually becomes thought-filled. When observing our own willing becomes a concrete soul-spiritual experience, the higher will faculty, thus developed, joins forces with the enhanced thinking that we developed through other exercises. As a result, we gain the ability to perceive an aspect of ourselves that seems so completely independent of any bodily activity that we know we will carry it through death into the spiritual world. By cultivating our thinking, we come to perceive the spiritual life that precedes conception and birth. And by cultivating our will, we become acquainted with the spiritual life we live after death. You see, spiritual science cannot talk about the supersensible human being in any ordinary way. Instead, it must tell us how to gain the experience needed to perceive human life before birth and after death. Through this approach to the world and to our own essential human nature, we also approach interpersonal matters in a new way. We observe the experiences we share with certain people. We note how circumstances bring us together or separate us, how we relate to others through friendship, and so on. We learn to recognize that all of these connections in the physical sense-perceptible world will continue to develop after we pass through the portal of death. Life after death becomes a concrete reality when we know that our earthly connections to other people will survive death. Today these ideas still sound strange, yet one of the tasks of contemporary culture is to come to terms with them. If we succeed in developing the faculties I have described, we will see human history and humankind's development in a whole new light. In the future, what we call history, now simply a fable we agree to believe, will have to become something completely different. At the end of my lecture tonight, I will give you an example to illustrate how human beings of the future will have to gain independent access to humankind's historical development. In our usual view of history, we fail to notice a significant turning point in humanity's development in the middle of the 15th century. It is commonly said that nature does not proceed by leaps and bounds, a statement that is almost universally believed, although it is quite false. Nature always moves in leaps and bounds. Just consider how a plant develops. Leaves appear first, then flowers with their pistils and stamens, and finally the fruit. Similar leaps occur in historical events, and one of them took place in the mid-1400s. We simply fail to notice it, because our view of history is so superficial. Seeing into the spirit of historical activity requires an expansion of human perception that can come to grips with outer historical events as readily as it masters events between birth and death. Such perception reveals that the mid-1400s mark the beginning of an age that will last a long time. This age succeeded another one, which had lasted from the 8th century BC until the middle of the 15th century AD, spanning two cultures, the exquisitely beautiful Greek culture and the culture of Rome, and the aftermath of both. The mid-1400s marked the beginning of our modern culture. The inherent difference between Greco-Roman and modern cultures is not yet perceptible to modern human beings. From the 8th century BC to the 15th century AD, human capacity for development was quite different from what it is today. Let me clarify this with an example. First, imagine a child in the years before the beginning of the second dentition, around age 7, and the epoch-making changes it ushers in. My book, titled The Education of the Child, explains what the details of this event signify to those capable of observing human nature more closely. To put it briefly, there are parallels between physical and psychological development. The next turning point occurs at puberty, around age 14. In successive phases, parallels in the development of body and spirit become less apparent, although they persist to some extent until approximately age 27, when bodily development comes to completion in modern human beings, as has been the case since the mid-1400s. In Greek and Roman times, however, physical and psychological development continued in parallel until around age 35, although not to the extent evident in the second dentition and puberty. This infinitely significant fact of human historical development, revealed through spiritual research, accounts for the noteworthy harmony of body and soul in ancient Greek culture. Humankind's history reveals that the number of years in which we can emancipate ourselves from our physical bodily nature has decreased. The result has been a very different relationship of the soul-spiritual aspect of the individual to the world spirit. From the 8th century BC to the 15th century AD, the reasoning and emotions of individuals developed on a more instinctive level. The life of this time period was pervaded with instinctive intellectual and emotional activity. Since the mid-1400s, however, individuals have developed more conscious rationality and emotions and have increasingly experienced themselves as independent personalities. This historical shift also explains why great events in humankind's evolution fall into one or the other of these time periods. The mystery of Golgotha and the founding of Christianity, the central event that gives meaning to Earth's evolution as a whole, took place during the first third of the age preceding ours, when human beings still remained capable of bodily development into their 30s. In that age of instinctive, rational, and emotional forces, people instinctively related to this central event in the right way, namely naively rather than consciously. They realized that they were witnessing an event not entirely of human origin. They understood that when the supersensible being of the Christ united with the body of Jesus of Nazareth, a supersensible being intervened in the earth's development. The physical facts of what happened in Golgotha were only the outer expression of a supersensible event in the context of earthly development. At that time, this great event was understood instinctively. Meanwhile, since the middle of the 15th century, rational and emotional forces that were formerly instinctive have become conscious. This increased consciousness made possible not only the zenith of natural scientific development, but also outer industrialization and materialism, which were the inevitable side effects of the dominance of the independent personality. It is now time to abandon this materialism by seeking access to the spiritual world in the new way I have described here today. Our modern age became materialistic as the consciousness soul developed out of the human soul's older, instinctive manifestation. This shift to materialism, not only in outer life, but also in theology. This shift led to materialism, not only in outer life, but also in theology. Consider for a moment the extent to which theology and religion have succumbed to materialism. In the age of the consciousness soul, people have become incapable of recognizing the supersensible character of the events on Golgotha, and are proud of interpreting them in terms of sense-perceptible reality. Even many theologians are proud of the fact that they no longer see the Christ as a supersensible being who descended into an earthly human body, but rather as the, quote, simple man of Nazareth, close quote, greater than other human beings, no doubt, but still only human. At least so far, our materialistic age has failed to recognize the mystery of Golgotha, the Christ's death and resurrection, as the greatest event in the evolution of humanity in the cosmos. Religion itself is becoming materialistic. This process cannot be halted by simple faith, but only by the conscious spirit-cognition of which I spoke today, which will again rise to the understanding that a super-earthly, super-sensible being lived in the body of Jesus of Nazareth, thus uniting himself with humanity's further evolution. Anthroposophically oriented spiritual science is pulling the mystery of Golgotha back into focus for humanity, but in a way that divests it of the narrow-mindedness of individual denominations and creeds. As spiritual perception of the supersensible human being continues to develop, it will be able to find a home in every individual on earth, regardless of race or nationality. Because perception of this sort also leads to the mystery of Golgotha, human beings everywhere on earth will learn to understand that event. In our time, it is so easy for people to wax enthusiastic about the utopian League of Nations that developed in the highly abstract thinking of Woodrow Wilson. It is the task of our time to develop a true association of peoples, but this is not how it will come about. It needs a foundation in reality, a foundation that originates in the inmost human soul. The only force that can lead to a true worldwide association of peoples in the future is the soul faculty that leads to perception of the supersensible human being, and to acknowledgement of the supersensible character of the Christ event. These impulses transcend nationality, ethnicity, and national boundaries, and will unite all individuals on earth. Christianity must become rooted in human culture in a new way. I have said all this to show you the inner aspect of what I said in my last lecture here. This aspect is the human mindset that will once again spark truly social impulses. The ability to accept the other natural sciences depends on information accessible only to astronomers, physicians, or the like. Accepting spiritual science, however, does not require any faith in authority. You do not need to accept what spiritual researchers tell you on authority, nor do you need to be a spiritual researcher yourself, just as you do not need to be an artist in order to find beauty in a painting. You can accept spiritual science on the authority of your own healthy human reason, if you first simply eliminate the prejudices fostered by modern materialism. The seeds of spiritual science lie dormant in the depths of all human souls. Access to them does not require faith in authority. If incorporated into our modern culture, trust in the revelations of spiritual science will rebuild that culture and serve as leavening for outer institutions of renewal. What do we see when we truly attempt to understand the essence of our present time? I would say that we see two possible routes, one leading to the left and one to the right. One would allow us to retain the perspectives provided exclusively by the natural sciences, and to apply those same perspectives to societal issues. In other words, this route begins with the belief that we can understand public affairs by using the same store of ideas that we use for understanding the natural world. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels took this route, just as Lenin and Trotsky are doing so now. People today do not yet realize that the ultimate consequence of this misdirected scientific approach is social chaos or social decline. The horrendous beliefs of Lenin and Trotsky, which are now threatening to destroy any true human culture in Eastern Europe, are based on the belief that the natural scientific approach also applies to societal issues. But what has happened under the influence of the relatively recent convictions of materialistic science? As a consequence of our mechanistic view of nature, our entire intellectual life has become mechanized and no longer rises to a level that permits thinking about the supersensible human being. Simultaneously, human souls are becoming vegetized, in quotes, made plant-like and sleepy. Mechanized spirit and vegetized soul set the tone of modern cultural life. And when human souls are not warmed by spirit, and human spirits are not illumined by supersensible cognition, human bodies develop the animalistic qualities now evident in antisocial drives. In Eastern Europe in particular, these animalistic qualities are becoming the executioners of culture, and all attempts at socialization are having the worst possible antisocial consequences. The wildest instincts and drives are masquerading as historic trends and demands. This is the route that leads to the left. The route to the right is the route that I have described today, the path to perceiving the supersensible human being and the supersensible world. This route sheds supersensible light on human development, striving upward toward the truly free spirit. The purpose of the ideas about free human progress that I attempted to formulate in titled The Philosophy of Freedom was to point to spiritual activity as the basis of our becoming conscious of real inner freedom. Only the spirit that indwells each individual can be truly free. The spirit that pervades only the natural world becomes mechanistic and unfree when it serves as a model for all of our public activity. Souls pervaded only by this spirit are asleep like plants, unlike souls warmed through by the true pulsing will to perceive and value the supersensible aspect of human nature. These souls learn to behold the divine archetype in every human being, and to feel socially responsible toward all. They learn that all human beings on earth are equal with regard to their inmost souls. On the route leading to the right, equality is cultivated by souls warmed through by spirit. When spirit arouses souls from their vegetative state, bodies are ennobled and imbued with an awareness of the supersensible. These bodies do not become animalistic, but develop real love in the broadest sense. When this happens, individuals recognize themselves as supersensible beings who enter earthly bodies in order to learn to love spirit. They also know that earthly bodies need brotherly, sisterly love, because individuals cannot be fully human so long as humanity is without brotherly, sisterly love. We see, therefore, that continuing in the old way leads to mechanized spirit vegetized souls, and animalized bodies. By contrast, spiritual science points to a path leading to true social virtues that are illumined by spirit, warmed with soul, and implemented by ennobled human beings. Achieving spiritual perception of the supersensible human being leads toward a future housed in a beautiful new edifice based on freedom in intellectual and cultural affairs. Spirit-imbued individuals will be free individuals. Equality in our spirit-warmed soul activity. Souls receptive to spirit perceive and treat other souls they encounter in life as equals in a great mystery. Genuine brotherly, sisterly love, practiced by bodies ennobled by spirit and soul. Understanding the real nature of body, soul, and spirit will lead to a human social order based on liberty, equality, and fraternity. The end of Lecture 2. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Freedom of Thought and Societal Forces, Implementing the Demands of Modern Society, Collected Works, Volume 333. This is Lecture 3, entitled Realizing the Ideals of Liberty, Equality, and Fraternity Through Social Threefolding, given in Berlin on September 15, 1919. For modern humanity, the catastrophic World War and its aftermath have undoubtedly put a new face on questions of society and class. Unfortunately, far fewer people have acknowledged this change than we might hope. Nonetheless, it has occurred and will continue to make itself felt with ever-increasing emphasis. The facts themselves will force members of today's ruling circles to realize that their approach to social problems can no longer be limited to ideas and measures formulated in response to pressing events in individual economic sectors, or to the demands of specific working class groups. These leading circles or classes will be forced to broaden their approach by focusing their thoughts and actions on the social and class issue as a whole, which is indeed the most important issue facing us at present and in the near future. Not only the leading classes, but also the rank and file of the working class will need to significantly alter their approach in order to effectively incorporate this new face of the social issue into their thinking, feeling, and willing in ways adapted to the time we live in. For more than half a century, the working class has been grappling with ideas of socialism and social change. Unless we slept through the past few decades, we all saw the transformations that the social question has undergone in the rank and file of the working class. We saw the face it assumed when the horrible catastrophe of the World War broke out. With the provisional end of this catastrophe, the working class, at least in Central and Eastern Europe, found itself in a new situation, no longer simply yoked into a social order driven by the old ruling powers. To a considerable extent, the working class itself was called upon to participate in reshaping social institutions, an unprecedented state of affairs. But then we experienced an extraordinary tragedy. The ideas to which the working class had devoted decades of blood and sweat proved unsustainable when the time came to implement them. We experienced a great historical contradiction, a conflict actually, as we realized that the historical facts unfolding around us were poised to become humanity's great instructors. On the one hand, these facts made it clear that the ruling classes of the last 3 or 4 centuries had not developed any ideas capable of steering events now unfolding in the economy and other aspects of human society. The people with the power to take real action simply allowed events to unfold on their own. The realities of life had grown too big for us, and the thoughts and ideas of the leading classes proved too narrow to embrace the facts. For a long time, this strange state of affairs was especially evident in the economy, where competition in the so-called free market emerged as the only regulating factor, leaving profit and the like in the dust. Economic activity was essentially left to chance, and proposals to limit the economy to issues of the production, circulation, and consumption of goods had no impact. A series of crises ensued. It became evident to anyone who chose to be conscious of it that the great empire states were ultimately infected with the same mindless activity and began to spin out of control. At that point, no one had any thoughts capable of guiding the inexorable course of events. Today we really ought to ponder our recent history and consider the possibility that we need a more profound insight into human affairs. Social questions now require a new and different type of understanding. We fail to realize the obvious. Our thoughts have fallen short when confronted with the momentum of recent events. In the last 3 or 4 centuries, we have blithely assumed that business as usual is the practical approach, and that anyone capable of a broader overview is either a utopian or an impractical idealist. Let me illustrate this statement with a seemingly personal observation, although the fact that it is personal is not the point. Today, when the destiny of individuals is so closely linked to the general destiny of humankind, only sincere facts observed by individuals adequately illustrate the impulses and driving forces at work in public life. In the early spring of 1914, just months before the outbreak of the so-called World War, I gave a series of lectures on spiritual scientific subjects to a small group of people in Vienna. I would have been laughed off the stage if I had said the same thing to a larger audience. In the course of one of these lectures, I was asked to give my views on current social developments. I said that to supersensible perception, events in the public life of the civilized world appear very seriously diseased, as if penetrated by a social carcinoma. I said that this insidious sickness in our economy and our society in general would soon break forth in the form of a terrible catastrophe. That was what I saw beneath the surface of events. But in the spring of 1914, what did they call people who spoke of impending catastrophe? They called us impractical idealists, which was simply a way to avoid calling us idiots. What I felt obliged to say at that time contrasted starkly with what so-called practical people were saying. These responsible, self-styled pragmatists were really just creatures of habit, but they belittled anyone who was attempting to understand contemporary history on the basis of ideas of whatever sort. But what were the pragmatists saying at that time? One of them, the foreign minister of a Central European country, announced to the illustrious representatives of his nation that admirable progress was being made toward a general relaxation of tension in the political situation, and that we could look forward to a state of peace among the European nations in the near future. He added that our friendly connections to St. Petersburg were and would continue to be the best they had ever been, since the St. Petersburg cabinet was ignoring the press hounds thanks to the efforts of the Russian government. Moreover, our negotiations with England, which would soon be concluded, were expected to result in the best possible relationships with that country in the very near future. Now, the man who said this was a pragmatist, and any predictions to the contrary were murky theories. I could give you countless other examples of pragmatic insightfulness at the beginning of that terrible period of time. The facts speak for themselves. It was actually very instructive to hear these pragmatists talking about peace, and then a few months later to see the peace violated to such an extent that the civilized nations then spent several years killing 10 to 12 million people, at a conservative estimate, and crippling 3 times as many. I mention these facts not for sensational effect, but simply because they indicate the inadequacy of people's thinking. We will see these events in the right light only when we allow the facts to tell us what we need to do to restore healthy social circumstances. We should not be thinking about minor adjustments. Significant relearning and significant changes in thinking are required. We face a major day of reckoning. Nothing that has grown old, unsound, and rotten can be allowed to carry over into our efforts toward the future. Such statements about humanity's overarching concerns also apply individually to our political and economic affairs. Wherever we look, people are expressing thoughts that are inadequate for coming to grips with realities. The leading classes have the power to control practical activity, but lack any truly practical ideas and thoughts to put into practice. Confronting these leading classes is the rank and file of the working class, rigorously self-educated in Marxist thought for more than half a century. It is relatively easy, sometimes very easy, to objectively disprove the economic thinking of the working class, rank and file, and leadership, but that is not the point. The proletarian theory, the fallout from this intensive schooling in Marxist thought in the hearts and minds of the working class, is an historical reality. But when this theory had an opportunity to prove itself in actual practice when the old order collapsed, it revealed a very understandable shortcoming. Over the last few centuries, especially the 19th, the influence of private capital and modern technology had increasingly limited the working class to exclusively economic activity, and defined each individual's work very narrowly. Individual routines were essentially all the working class saw of an economy that was constantly expanding its scope. Not surprisingly, the working class experienced the development of the modern economy in terms of its fateful impact on individual bodies and souls, but never acquired an overview of the driving forces at work in this development. The workers' position in the economy prevented them from achieving any objective view of the economy's structure or management. All too understandably, we are now seeing the fruits of this state of affairs. The subconscious, instinctive drives and demands of the working class have given rise to an extensive socialist theory that is essentially very far removed from economic or other social realities, because the working class was rendered incapable of achieving any overview of the actual driving forces behind these realities, and was therefore forced to accept the one-sided view Marxism offered. Over the centuries, certain concepts that are completely justified, yet fail to address the realities of the situation, have become deeply entrenched in the minds of the working class. Let me give you an example. Just think of the agitation aroused in the working class by its leaders' theoretical views, such as the words, quote, "In the future, production must occur not for its own sake, but only to support consumption," close quote. This statement is certainly pertinent and even, in quotes, true, unlike many contemporary slogans. But it becomes an elusive, empty abstraction if we do not think it through practically, that is, with real insight into economic conditions. What does it mean in actual practice? What are its implications for how we do things? Simply demanding that production be matched to consumption has no effect on actual practice. It simply conjures up an image of how wonderful it would be if our economy were dominated by realistic prospects of consumption instead of by the profit motive. Nothing in this demand suggests how the economy would have to be organized to bring about the desired state of affairs. The same could be said about many phrases that have become proletarian party slogans. Although some of these slogans are based on profound truths, they have become abstractions that sound like utopian visions of some indefinite point in the future. If we mean well by the working class, we must realize that in spite of its justified demands, its working theory is far removed from life's realities, because workers have been isolated from the full scope of economic activity and secluded in locations where all they ever see is fragments of the larger reality. This is the conflict I wanted to point out. On the one hand, the ruling classes have the power to influence the actual state of affairs, but no ideas that would allow them to do so. On the other hand, the working class has ideas, but these ideas are highly abstract and remote from the realities of the situation. Such statements point to the activity of historical forces and impulses that are more fundamentally significant than any events in human history. The true weight of phrases such as, quote, the absence of ideas in leading circles, close quote, and, quote, the impracticality of proletarian theory, close quote, can be felt only if we sense the mutually destructive impact of these conflicting trends in modern developments. The profound contrast between the thinking, emotions, intentions, and actions of the leading class on the one hand, and the longings, desires, and will impulses of the working class on the other, has deepened into a veritable abyss. We do not even really understand the full depth of modern proletarian demands. When we hear proletarian theories about surplus value, about the need to match production to consumption, or about the collectivization of private property, we certainly understand the words, but they are meant to elicit logical criticism. But are they meant to elicit logical criticism in response? To a corporate lawyer, or the director of a corporation, the logical response is that the sum total of surplus value is so low that if it were shared equally, no one would get anything at all. But what could possibly be more naive than relating to the theory of surplus value in this way? I do not mean to dispute the gentleman's calculations, but they are not the point. Such attempts at, in quotes, refuting proletarian theories are like holding a match under the thermometer if the temperature in the room is not to your liking. Attempts to, in quotes, correct the thermometer have no impact on the underlying cause. To take the theories of the modern working class at face value and then refute them is simply naive, because these theories express much deeper concerns. Like a thermometer that indicates but does not cause the temperature of a room, proletarian theories are indicators of more profound factors at work in modern class issues. In an era dominated by private capital and technology, we first encounter class issues in economic form, namely in the demands of a working class whose experience is limited entirely to the economy. As a result, we tend to take these issues at face value and view them as purely economic in character. We fail to see what lies behind proletarian theories about capital, labor, and goods. Working class people experience all of human life in the economic field, so their perspective on social issues is also entirely economic. Anyone with the opportunity to achieve a broader view, however, should be able to distinguish three clearly different spheres of life in which the three essential social issues are revealed. Anyone who has learned to think and feel with rather than about the working class sees through the keywords of socialist theory to what is stirring in the souls of the best of the working class. But what are these key words? The first, as I have already pointed out, is surplus value. Anyone who has associated extensively with working class people on a personal level must realize how deeply this concept has impacted proletarian hearts and minds. During crucial years in the development of the modern workers' movement, I was working here in Berlin at the Workers' School founded by Wilhelm Liebknecht. From life experience, therefore, I know more than some union leaders. How can I put this without causing offense? I certainly know more than socialist revolution mongers. But what does surplus value mean? Workers produce goods. Business owners then sell the finished goods and pay the workers enough so they can stay alive and continue working. The value the workers' labor adds to the raw materials more than covers the costs of production. The rest is surplus value. What Walter Rathenau, for example, says about this excess is certainly correct. I do not want to further malign this controversial figure. With regard to the overall class issue, however, he is gravely mistaken. It is certainly true that surplus value, if distributed equally, would not suffice to improve the lot of the rank and file. We cannot get to the bottom of the matter through unsubstantiated accounting operations. But is this surplus value really as small as Rathenau's, in quotes, accurate calculations indicate? Of course not. If it were, Berlin would have no theaters, universities, prep schools, or any of the other trappings of human culture, all of which are largely supported by so-called surplus value. For us, however, the point is not how surplus value comes to the surface in goods and in the circulation of money. The point is that this catchword expresses the entire relationship of modern cultural life to the rank and file, who cannot participate in it directly. In my years as an instructor of working-class adults, I always attempted to speak to my students in universally human terms and about subjects accessible to all, regardless of class. As a result, I know something about what the character of a universal education would look like, and how different it would be from the intellectual and cultural education that has developed over the past 3 or 4 centuries under the influence of private capital and the industrial economy. Let me give another personal example that I hope will illustrate a more general principle. When my words resonated with my working-class students, I could tell that they were receptive to the information or perceptions I was attempting to convey. There were other times, however, when our classes had to do the fashionable thing and participate in the, in quotes, culture of the leading classes. Taking my working-class students to museums and the like put bourgeois culture on display for them, but it did nothing to bridge the gap between it and their intellectual needs and longings. Honest teachers admitted it. The rest mouthed clichés about educating the masses and so on. We understand art, science, and religion only when they are based on the shared perceptions and emotions of our peer group, not when there is a rift between those who are supposed to enjoy culture and those who actually can. We experienced this discrepancy as a profound cultural lie, and it is now time to stop obscuring it with good intentions and see it for what it is. The lie consisted in establishing all kinds of adult education centers to impart, in quotes, culture to people who could not find a bridge to it in their own lives. Workers stood on the other side of the chasm, looking across at bourgeois art, conventions, religion, and science, but not understanding them, seeing them only as inaccessible luxuries of interest only to the leading class, and as the fruits of surplus value. For members of the working class, Surplus value is not just an indicator like a thermometer, but a culture that excluded them, though their labor produced it. When we understand not only the theory of surplus value, but also its unforeseen impacts in real life, we recognize the first essential component, the cultural face, so to speak, of the all-encompassing issue of social justice. As technology, modern science, and capitalism developed over the last 3 or 4 centuries, the emerging culture increasingly reflected only a bourgeois inner life, separated by a deep chasm from the life of the working class. The cultural elite neglected the education and culture of the masses. It's enough to make your heart bleed to think about how members of the upper classes gathered to talk about brotherly love and all such Christian virtues in rooms heated with coal, mined by children as young as 9. In the mid-1800s, these poor children literally never saw daylight on weekdays because they went down into the mines before sunrise and came up only after sundown. Credit for later improvements in these conditions is due to proletarian demands, not to any effort on the part of the upper classes. Today, anyone who talks about this history is accused of rabble-rousing. Not true. The intention is simply to point out that over the last 3 or 4 centuries, cultural and intellectual affairs have become increasingly isolated from the real life of ordinary people. It has become quite possible to speak about morality, Christian virtues, religion, brotherly love, loving your neighbor, etc., without taking action or having any effect on real practical everyday life. This is the key point revealed by the cultural face of the social justice issue. All of this points to the field of education. Along with other important public aspects of culture, the school system has been absorbed into the state over the last 300 or 400 years, as individual baronial territories and their economies merged into nation-states. Today we are justifiably proud of having freed science, education, and cultural affairs in general from their medieval affiliation with religion. We certainly do not wish for a return to the Middle Ages. We want to move forward, not backward. But now times have changed, and it is not enough to pride ourselves on the fact that our intellectual institutions no longer serve the Church. An example drawn from quite close at hand illustrates that their situation, although different today, is not necessarily more independent. This story involves a scientist whom I respect greatly. It is not intended to belittle him in any way. As the General Secretary of the Prussian Academy of Science, he gave a well-received speech that described the Academy's relationship to the state, saying in effect that the members of this scholarly body deemed it their highest honor to serve as the scientific bodyguard of the House of Hohenzollern. This is only one possible example out of hundreds of thousands, and they all raise the question, what has taken the place of the Church? What does the public intellectual activity serve today? Until recently, the consequences of state control of education were not too bad, but they will certainly become worse if governments such as those in Eastern Europe come to power and impose their terribly regimented type of instruction which promises to destroy all culture. If you look to the future as well as to the past, you will realize that the time has come for cultural and intellectual affairs to take their place as an independent and self-governing organ in the social organism. Such statements encounter countless prejudices. Today, disregarding the many blessings of a government-run education system is considered a sign of insanity. These benefits will be felt, however, only when the entire education system, from kindergarten teachers to university instructors and all related cultural affairs, becomes self-governing rather than being administered by the state. This is one of the major shifts we must encourage today. The first group of people receptive to the idea of implementing social threefolding was the group that also stands behind the first truly independent comprehensive school. This model school, associated with the Waldorf Astoria factory, is based on educational theories founded on a real knowledge of the growing, developing human being. Social class and economic status make no difference in how children aged 7 to 15 should be taught, but we must be familiar with their development before we can teach them. I became acutely aware of the extent to which we now accept state control of education as a matter of course when I had to develop the preparatory course for the faculty of the Waldorf School in Stuttgart. We have no idea of all the implications of this matter-of-fact acceptance. In fact, however, state control of education has come to a head only in the last few decades. Since our actions in life must be based on experience, let me point out that I am not speaking with the flippancy of youth, but from the perspective of someone who has nearly 6 decades of life behind him. If you are my age, you will remember a time when the school system was still vital, the curriculum was short, and teachers had to put their own reading and experience to creative use in presenting their subject matter. Today, however, the curriculum is not short. It is a big, thick book that prescribes not only what to do in any given school year, but also how to do it. What ought to be left to teachers' initiative is increasingly being defined by law. Until we develop a clear and adequate sense of the inherently anti-social impact of state regulation of education, we will not be ready to contribute to humankind's recovery. Establishing the independence of cultural and intellectual affairs from the state is therefore the first key point in threefolding the social organism. In future, the cultural administrative organ of the social organism will preside only over active cultural workers. In a new model republic that reflects all aspects of life, instruction will bear little resemblance to that mandated by today's centralized governments. Lesson content will not be subject to regulation, but will be adapted creatively to the needs and developmental stages of the learners. We will not simply ask what young people need to learn at age 13 or 16 in order to become good socialists. We will ask, what intrinsic abilities can we encourage in people of this age? What inborn forces can we help them what inborn forces can we help them release from the depths of their being so they will not become weak-willed, broken individuals like so many today, but will be able to cope with their destiny and make their unique contributions to life. All this belongs to the first organ of the threefold social organism. Of course, these ideas will initially meet with questions and objections, as I recently experienced in a city in southern Germany. During the discussion after my lecture, a university professor responded more or less as follows, quote, "In the future, Germany will be a poor nation. You are trying to make cultural affairs independent of the state, but poor people will not be able to pay for an independent culture because they have no money. We will be forced to dip into the state's coffers after all, since taxes will have to be used to pay for the educational system. But if schools are supported by the state, how can they avoid state oversight?" Close quote. I could only reply that I found it very strange that the professor believed that, in the future, tax monies would simply appear in the state's coffers without being taken from poor people. We repeatedly encounter such careless thinking in all aspects of life. We must counteract it with a pragmatic thinking that is capable of grasping life's realities and developing practical programs that can then be implemented. Like cultural affairs, especially the education system, the economy must also become independent. It is strange to note that two contradictory demands, namely democracy and socialism, have recently emerged from the depths of human nature. Before the catastrophic war, these two contradictory impulses were actually welded into a single party, the Social Democrats, which is about the same as saying wooden iron. Although socialism and democracy are incompatible, both are sincere and honest demands. Now that the catastrophic world war is over, and we are faced with its aftermath, the demand for socialism has come to the fore, and wants nothing to do with a democratic parliament. Socialist demands are presented with no idea of the actual realities, in the form of highly abstract slogans such as, quote, "we must seize political power," close quote, and, quote, "dictatorship of the working class," close quote. These catchwords, however, emerge from the subconscious depths of socialist sensibilities and actually prove that people are finally grasping the incompatibility of socialist and democratic sensibilities. Because the future will have to accommodate life's realities, not slogans, we will be forced to acknowledge both that socialists are right in feeling uncomfortable about democracy, and that Democrats are right in being horrified by the words dictatorship of the working class. So what are the realities of this seemingly contradictory situation? We simply need to see the state's relationship to the economy in the same way that we viewed its relationship to cultural affairs. In recent times, people in general, and self-styled progressives in particular, have favored increased state intervention in the economy. The postal system, communications, railroads, etc. have all come under state control, and people now want to see this authority extended. Today I can devote only a few words to this very broad topic, which deserves to be presented in expert terminology and with countless examples from recent history. Due to time constraints, I run the risk of being called amateurish, which is not the case. If we take socialism seriously, however, the progressive predilection for state control will be revealed in its true colors. Even more revealing is what Friedrich Engels wrote in one of his clearest moments in his pamphlet titled The Development of Socialism from a Utopia to a Science. He said something to the effect that if we survey recent developments in government, we will find that it has assumed control of the branches of production, of the circulation of goods, etc. While involved in this economic activity, however, the state is also involved in governing people, providing the laws that guide the economic and other actions of individuals. An economically active entity also establishes the laws governing economic behavior. In the future, this will have to change. Engels was quite right in thinking that managing the economy would have to be separated from governing human beings, and that economic management should be responsible only for the production and circulation of goods. This view, although totally correct, is only half or perhaps a quarter of the truth, because if the state withdraws from managing the production and circulation of goods, its function of determining the terms and conditions of labor must still find a home somewhere. But this home must be found in a democratic government rather than in a centralized authoritarian state. This means that the impulses of socialism and democracy point to two distinct remnants of the former state that must become independent organs in the social organism, along with an independent administration for cultural and intellectual affairs. One of these organs is the administrative structure of the economy, the other that of civil rights, which deals with everything individuals of voting age are free and competent to judge. Inherent in the demand for democracy is the historical fact that humankind is now maturing to the point of assuming legal responsibility, within the framework of an independent sphere of rights, for all aspects of life in which individuals are inherently equal. In other words, for everything that can be decided collectively by all individuals of legal age, either through a direct vote or through their elected representatives. In the future, therefore, civil rights will need to be established on an independent basis. This remnant of the former authoritarian state will be the first true constitutional state under the rule of law. Its laws will apply only to those aspects of life that are legitimately subject to the collective judgment of all individuals of legal age. These aspects include a common subject of discussion among workers, but once again their words must be taken only as a social thermometer of sorts. In another statement that has made a deep impression on the hearts and minds of the working class, Karl Marx said that a humanly unworthy existence results when workers are forced to sell their labor like a commodity in the employment market. Like any manufactured item sold for a specific price, labor is also bought and sold for a price, that is, a wage. In recent human affairs, this statement is less significant for its content than for its lightning-like impact on the working class, which is almost inconceivable to the leading classes. The origin of this impact lies in the chaotic, inorganic way in which the regulation of labor has been subsumed into the business cycle and integrated into the management of legitimate economic factors, which are limited to the production, circulation, and consumption of goods. The damage will be undone only by eliminating the ability to regulate the type, scope, and duration of labor, whether intellectual or manual, from the economic cycle. Regulating labor does not belong to the economy, where wealthier individuals and groups have the power to impose terms of work on the economically disadvantaged. Regulating what one person does for another belongs in the sphere of rights, where all individuals of legal age meet as equals. Economic requirements and assumptions cannot be allowed to dictate how much work I must do for someone else. In the future, such issues will be the jurisdiction of a democratic government, limited to the sphere of rights, in contrast to today's authoritarian state. Here, too, attempts to explain this issue encounter any number of preconceived biases. It is all too easy for people to say that as long as the economy continues to be driven by free market conditions, it goes without saying that recompense for labor depends on production and on the price of goods. In the future, however, we will recognize labor, which will be subject to state regulation as a rights issue, as an inherent constraint on the economy, just like the constraints imposed by an industry's base in natural resources. We will then see the fallacy in managers' attempts to align the costs of production, which include labor, with their income projections. That would be as ridiculous as landowners getting together and looking at their account books for the year 1918 and saying, "We need to produce as much this year as last year, and since it's already September, that means we will have to have so and so many days of rain and so many of sunshine before the end of the year." Just as agricultural prices are now determined on the basis of natural constraints, the number of hours individuals must work to support themselves will be determined on a purely democratic basis, and prices will have to be adjusted accordingly. We must learn completely new ways of thinking, instead of talking about small incremental improvements. Economic unrest will fade away only when labor is seen as the legitimate purview of an independent, democratic common ground, where all individuals of legal age meet as equals, when free individuals contribute their legally protected work to an independent economy, and when production, not labor, is governed by contractual agreements in the economic realm. This is what we need to understand. I can only touch on this subject in the short time available today. I would like to give an entire series of lectures about it, but unfortunately that will not be possible during this visit to Berlin. Before we close, however, I must still indicate how the economy, the third organ, will take shape in the threefold social organism. The management of capital, land, the means of production, which are also capital, by the way, and labor cannot remain part of the economy. The economy can be responsible only for managing the production, circulation, and consumption of goods. How prices are set is the germinal cell of the economy, so to speak. In a more circumscribed economy, which should be based entirely on expert knowledge and competence, how will price setting be accomplished? It will certainly not be left to chance in the free market, as it has been so far in the national and international economies. In the context of associations between individual branches of industry and consumer cooperatives, individuals with the necessary expertise will set prices in a holistic and rational manner, avoiding the crises provoked by the haphazard effects of supply and demand. In the new economy, where determining the type and character of labor falls to the sphere of rights, what workers receive in exchange for producing goods will allow them to meet all their needs until the next production cycle is complete. The following example is rough, amateurish, and superficial, but it will have to do for today. If I make a pair of boots, the mutually agreed upon sale price must allow me to purchase everything I need to meet my needs until I have made another pair. Of course, society will have to establish organizations to ensure that the needs of widows, orphans, and the sick and disabled are met, and to provide for education and the like. The setting of equitable and realistic prices, however, which is exclusively the jurisdiction of the socially responsible economy, will depend on the formation of corporate bodies for that purpose, whether elected or appointed by joint producer-consumer associations. Equitable price setting must be supported by the living structure of the economy as a whole. I am not referring to the type of planned economy proposed by Müllendorf. As an example of what I mean, let's suppose that certain manufactured items tend to become too expensive, which means that too few of them are being produced. When this happens, contractual agreements must direct workers to the branches of industry that can produce these articles. Conversely, if an item becomes too inexpensive, some of the factories producing it must be idled and their workers redirected into other branches of production. Those who reject this process as too difficult, preferring to stick with small improvements in social conditions, cannot expect real change. Although the state has taken the economy under its wing, I have shown you how associations shaped entirely by economic forces can and must make the economy self-managing in a way that preserves individual initiative to the greatest possible extent. This cannot happen in a planned economy or through collectivization of the means of production. It can happen only through associations that develop within independent branches of industry and through their agreements with consumer cooperatives. Until now, the leading classes have initiated the nationalization of industry. It would be a terrible mistake to take this process to the extreme. Radical collectivization would totally undermine the connection of the resulting planned economy to external economic forces. By contrast, the associations proposed by the Threefolding movement are intended to preserve both the full independent initiative of entrepreneurs and the possibility of connections between self-contained economic entities. An independent economy will also involve changes in private property laws. Socialist theory demands the abolition of private property and its conversion to public ownership. But to informed individuals, these slogans are just meaningless words. Let me illustrate what they could mean. As you know, we are very proud of our philosophers, but our pride does not prevent sound thinking about intellectual property. We realize that intellectual property is not produced by a socialized economy or a collective, but by creative, actively involved individuals. It simply does not work to separate individuals with their abilities and talents from the process of intellectual production. Nonetheless, our thinking on this subject is socially responsible. At the end of a legally prescribed time period, after the death of the inventor or author, intellectual property no longer belongs to the heirs, but it enters the public domain, where it, in quotes, belongs to those who can best make it accessible to the general public. Perhaps because we place no special value on spiritual or intellectual activity, we accept time limits on copyrights as a matter of course. But we make no attempt to deal with physical private property in the same way. Private property should also remain in the hands of its originator only as long as that person is present and applying his or her individual abilities to its management. When the original owner is no longer present, physical personal property should pass into the public domain, that is, to those with the most ability to administer it for the good of all. This conclusion is readily evident to unbiased thinking. Take, for example, the building of our College of Spiritual Science called the Goetheanum in Dornach near Basel, Switzerland. We have been calling it the Goetheanum ever since the world became Woodrow Wilsonized, and we German-speaking people needed to present our intellectual heritage boldly to the entire world. Imagine the Goetheanum as the foreign representative of Germanic culture. That's something completely different than chauvinism. But the point I want to emphasize is something else. The College of Spiritual Science that is now under construction is being managed by people with the ability to bring such a venture to life. But who will own it when these individuals are no longer among the living? It will not be bequeathed to anyone, but will pass into the hands of those best able to administer it in the service of humanity. It actually belongs to no one. Socially responsible economic thinking will result in future recovery. In my book titled Social Renewal, I presented further details about the transfer and circulation of private property, and demonstrated that the social organism needs to be organically subdivided into 3 independent but interacting organs: a self-administering cultural organ based on freedom in cultural and intellectual affairs, a democratic government that is responsible for civil rights and based on the judgment of all individuals of legal age, and an independent economy that rests on the competence and expertise of individuals and corporate entities and the mutual associations they form. Ever since I began presenting these seemingly new and unfamiliar ideas in Germany, people have been saying that my intention was to cut the state, which needs to be a unity, into 3 pieces. My response was, if I say a horse has to stand on 4 legs, am I cutting it into 4 pieces? Is it a unity only if it is able to stand on 1 leg? It is equally silly to claim that because a human community must be a unity, all of its different aspects must merge into a single amorphous whole. In the future, we will no longer allow ourselves to be hypnotized by the abstract concept of the centralized state. We will realize that it has to stand on 3 legs: a self-administering cultural and intellectual system, a political structure based on democratic legislation, and an economy with its own expert administration. More than a century ago, a half-truth was proclaimed in Western Europe. and became deeply inscribed in human hearts and minds in the form of the ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity. The people of the 19th century, who then pointed out the basic incompatibility of these ideals, were certainly not fools. They said that neither liberty nor fraternity can exist where absolute equality prevails. These objections were absolutely correct, but only because they emerged at a time when we were hypnotized by the idea of the so-called centralized state. They will no longer apply when we shake off this hypnotic trance and understand the need for a threefold subdivision of the social organism. In conclusion, please allow me to present a comparison that illustrates issues I would have liked to discuss at greater length than was possible today. I realize that a less sketchy presentation would have been needed for you to truly understand these issues. In conclusion, however, let me mention how the centralized state hypnotized people who wanted it to be governed by the three great ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity. We will have to learn to look at the state differently. At present, we are accustomed to seeing the centralized state as a divinity. We are like Faust saying to 16-year-old Gretchen, quote, "He who embraces and sustains all, does he not also embrace and sustain you, me, and himself?" Close quote. We relate similarly to the hypnotic idol of the centralized state. We fail to realize that it must be subdivided into three for the sake of humankind's future salvation. It is easy to imagine factory owners speaking to their employees in a semblance of Faust's words, quote, "The state which embraces and sustains all, does it not also embrace and sustain itself, you and me?" Close quote. But they would have to clasp their hands over their mouths so as not to say "me" too loudly. The necessity of threefolding the social organism must be acknowledged, especially in proletarian circles. Recognizing its necessity is crucial to understanding it. In the future, the call for liberty, equality, and fraternity must not ignore the inherent incompatibility of these ideals. Instead, we must recognize that liberty applies to the cultural and intellectual system, equality to all individuals of legal age in a democratic political system, and fraternity to a self-administering economy that nourishes and sustains individuals. As soon as we apply these three ideals to the threefold social organism in this way, they will no longer be contradictory. May a time come when we look back on all the pain and suffering that followed Versailles and see it simply as a starting point. May we realize that although our outer possessions can be taken from us, we can still think back on the turn of the 18th to the 19th century and reclaim for ourselves the great intellectual property of Central Europe, the work of Lessing, Herder, Schiller, Goethe, and so on. If we do so, the hardships of our times will resound with the second half of the 100-year-old truth of liberty, equality, and fraternity. Although Central Europe may have lost its outer independence, these words will resound in inner freedom and independence for all the world to hear. Liberty in cultural affairs, equality for democratically governed individuals, fraternity in the economy. These token words sum up what we must say and how we must think and feel in order to achieve a comprehensive and holistic grasp of the social issues of our time. When many people achieve this understanding, today's questions and issues will become tomorrow's practical solutions. The end of Lecture 3. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Freedom of Thought and Societal Forces, Implementing the Demands of Modern Society. This is Lecture 4, entitled Spiritual Science, Freedom of Thought and Societal Forces, given in Stuttgart on December 19, 1919. For observers of contemporary culture, it feels somewhat like an oppressive nightmare to realize how few people understand that we are on a slippery slope with regard to the most important aspects of our culture. Surely the events of recent years which broke over us like a tidal wave, have made this fact obvious. Nonetheless, many of our contemporaries clearly believe that if we just start with our current situation, everything else will fall into place. They assume that we will be able to avoid deepening chaos without implementing comprehensive changes. Over the years, I have felt compelled to speak out against this perception, pointing repeatedly to the need to learn new ways of thinking that will motivate us to plumb the depths of our intellectual and cultural life in search of foundations for a real restructuring of public affairs. Admittedly, a small number of people are indeed aware that decisive action is needed if we are not to continue down this slippery slope. Even these few people, however, show little understanding of the reality of the situation, namely that we must make every effort to achieve a new metamorphosis of the human spirit if we hope to heal the many pathological aspects of our declining culture. Three phenomena shed light on the most important points for understanding our need and our time and its needs. The first phenomenon, which I would call the principal shortcoming of our time, is inadequate insight into cultural and spiritual affairs. For decades, my lectures on spiritual science have attempted to draw attention to this shortcoming and its consequences for humanity's present and future development. The second phenomenon, which I would call the principal demand of our time, speaks loudly and clearly in contemporary realities. It has resounded in many hearts for over a century, ever since the words of Schiller's Don Carlos were first uttered, quote, "Give me, us, freedom of thought." Close quote. Deeper insight into the political and cultural events of our time reveals that many social demands actually conceal the demand for the free activity of human thinking, the inmost core of our being. Many people sigh under the burden of ways of thinking derived either from outdated institutions or from recent economic circumstances. They sense that official credos or economic constraints obstruct independent thought. Their actual longing remains largely unconscious. They are aware only of a vague dissatisfaction that they cannot freely admit, namely that they feel entitled to a more humanly worthy existence. We have implemented a great variety of social programs that are well-intentioned, but are not based on insight into the human soul's most profound yearning, namely the longing for absolute freedom of activity for the inmost core of our being, in short, freedom of thought. We sense that modern cultural, political, and economic circumstances embed us in social forces of such complexity that our intellectual understanding and our programmatic aspirations are inadequate to the task of shaping social structures, such that individuals, conscious of their humanity, can affirm that they are leading humanly worthy lives. Mastering social forces, therefore, is the principal need of our time. Because I have lectured so extensively in Stuttgart over the years, I assume that most of you are aware of the inner purpose and spirit of spiritual science, which sees itself as a cultural need of our times. I will therefore raise only a few principal points here today. By way of introduction, however, let me mention something we have already discussed here in various contexts. Outsiders often associate spiritual science with all kinds of elusive mysticism, unsound theosophy, and the like. In spite of all our efforts to explain the true purpose of spiritual science, why is it so often interpreted as its exact opposite? The reason has to do with the fact that for 3 or 4 centuries, our lives have been increasingly shaped and dominated by a way of thinking epitomized by modern natural science. It makes no difference whether we are scientists or simple uneducated people. Whenever we seek explanations of human nature, society, or the cosmos, our thinking is modeled on natural scientific patterns of thought. If you have often heard me lecture, you know that I do not underestimate scientific thinking. I certainly acknowledge its great triumphs, but it has achieved them and taken hold of a large part of our life in the process by becoming tremendously one-sided over the last 3 or 4 centuries. When we think scientifically, our knowledge is based on lifeless nature, that is, on physics and chemistry, which leads straight to technology. This same thinking underlies all of our modern institutions, and even infiltrates our methods of healing and other aspects of knowledge intended to be directly helpful to human beings. But if we are unbiased in acknowledging the monumental progress of biology, physics, and chemistry, and in appreciating the scope of conscientiously applied scientific methods, we will also be fully aware of the limitations of natural scientific thinking. If we delve more deeply into what we now call real science, we discover that it is best at providing information about lifeless nature and the aspects of life most closely involved with lifeless matter. But when we consider the scope of natural scientific cognition, we stop short when we confront the inner nature of the human being. Without succumbing to self-deception, it is impossible to believe that the scientific views that lead so deeply into lifeless nature and produce such great technical accomplishments can tell us anything about human nature. Those who do not put their faith in the fable convenue of outer so-called history know that until 3 or 4 centuries ago, the inner nature of the human being was accessible to primal, instinctive knowledge. Humankind as a whole, however, develops and changes over time, just as each individual does. And at the current stage of our collective evolution, this instinctive knowledge is no longer possible. Since the days of Copernicus and Galileo, we have had to investigate outer phenomena consciously. Now, we must also investigate human nature consciously. At the decisive point where natural science proves incapable of insight into the essential nature of the human being, we must fall back on the intellectual modesty, as I have often called it, that is the starting point of truly human development. Unless a genuine feeling for knowledge leads us to intellectual modesty, we will not achieve real insight into the nature of the human being. Imagine how 5-year-olds relate to the contents of a book of Goethe's lyric poetry. They can do no more than look at the book or perhaps damage it. We realize that they have yet to undergo the development that allows the contents to speak to adults. Similarly, we must realize that our natural development equips us for life as little as it equips a 5-year-old to deal with a volume of verse. We can, however, further our development deliberately by applying methods that transcend those which are normally believed to be the only means possible. If we take our development into our own hands, we discover unknown forces lying hidden within us. When these forces are awakened, they can lead to a type of knowledge as rigorously scientific as any discoveries of the natural sciences. This new knowledge transcends knowledge of the outer sense-perceptible world and leads us into the supersensible world, where we can begin to penetrate the inner nature of the human being. The first step, however, is to admit that the forces which enable us to perceive the natural world are inadequate for perceiving inner human nature. This higher perception requires forces that lie waiting to be brought up from the depths of the human soul. Until we make the effort, however, they are as dormant as the intellect of a 5-year-old child. Spiritual science, as you know, recognizes the possibility of moving from a perspective adequate for perceiving and understanding the lifeless outer world to cognitive perspectives that allow us to penetrate into the essence of being human. This science of the spirit is not the same as the idle ruminations of self-absorbed mysticism, or any outer practices intended to lead to spirit. It is based entirely on real human developmental potentials, similar to the inner faculties mathematicians develop. The science of spirit aims to be as strictly logical as any other branch of science, but it applies its logic only to the spiritual perception that results when dormant faculties are awakened in the human soul. My book title, How to Know Higher Worlds, describes soul spiritual practices that cultivate inner forces and open our spirit eyes and ears, to use Goethe's words, so that we actually perceive spirit and soul, which are otherwise mere words to us. In this book, I point out the importance of cultivating and strengthening our thinking and the need for self-discipline, that is, for deliberately taking our development in hand rather than simply leaving it up to life, if we are to open our spiritual eyes and ears. Most of our contemporaries still actively reject such ideas. We need only point out, however, that in our time, social demands are emerging everywhere. At the same time, anti-social drives prevail. These anti-social drives stem from the fact that human beings pass each other by without understanding one another. And why don't we understand each other? Because what we call knowledge is all in our heads. It is limited to the intellect and does not pervade the whole person. The unique aspect of our spiritual science is that the insights provided by the forces it cultivates do pervade the whole person. They not only speak to our intellect or our heads, but also pour into our feelings and our will. They imbue our feelings with understanding for the other human beings around us, and imbue our will with ethical impulses and a sense of social responsibility that also has immediate practical impacts. An unfortunate distinction between intellectual and manual work is currently being proclaimed on every street corner. What is manual work? Nothing more or less than applying our bodily instruments in the service of our will. We will understand the inmost impulses of spiritual science, however, only when we keep the whole person in mind and realize, as I have so often said, that our will is a spiritual element that pulses in everything we do as whole human beings and reflects back into our reason or our heads. I hope you will forgive me for mentioning several personal examples at this point. I do so only because they will clarify the objective state of affairs. As you know, the Goetheanum that is under construction on a hill in Dornach, Switzerland, in the Jura Mountains, is intended to become a college of spiritual science. When we started planning the college and its building, it was out of the question to consult any architect who worked from an outdated architectural or artistic perspective. This building, dedicated to the pursuit of spiritual science, required a different approach. From the very beginning, our spiritual science has proven capable of involvement in all the outer manifestations of culture. It is truly able to revive and fructify our dated art and architecture, as well as our working life and practical affairs. Clearly, we could not simply hire someone to construct a building in the Greek, Romanesque, Gothic, or any other style. Spiritual science itself gave rise to the architectural ideas of what the building would have to look like in every line and form. Even in its smallest details, it is a visible crystallization of the ethos of spiritual science. But to return to the personal examples, in the fall and winter of 1913-1914, I built a detailed model of the entire building. Even the architectural drawings were based on it. So, was that manual labor or intellectual labor? In this case, the two coalesced and functioned as a unity. I know this because I did it. Then again, there is also almost nothing in the building that I have not had a hand in, like any other worker. And you might also be interested to know that we are working on a 9.5 meter high wooden statue, an artistic representation of the human riddle of our time. to serve as the focal point of the interior. The work is artistic, but it resembles nothing as much as chopping wood, if I may say so myself. And I have calluses on my fingers to show that the creative intellectual work that takes place there from morning to night involves real hands-on activity. And a final example. A short time ago, we had to come to a financial decision about whether to make or purchase chairs. The bid we received was outrageously high, so, together with one of our exceptionally skillful workers, we made a sample chair in our art studio. When it was done, there was no way of telling where the intellectual work left off and the manual work began. By the way, those chairs will cost only 40% of what we would have had to pay the bidder. Our group of co-workers consists partly of employees and partly of friends of our movement. For example, there is one woman, a certified medical assistant, who sharpens chisels for our sculpture work from morning till night. In the working relationships in this group, there is actually only one obstacle that prevents intellectual work from merging seamlessly with manual work to the complete satisfaction of workers of both types. That obstacle is the organization that exists among the employees, who view everything the intellectual workers do with mistrust, even though both groups are actually doing the same work. What caused this deep abyss that separates the inner work of art, science, and political intellectual leadership from the outer work performed primarily by the working class? The reason is that everything relating to the human being as a whole has been eliminated from our thinking. Healing this abyss is possible only through spiritual science, not through any unsound, one-sided mysticism or theosophy that people of leisure cultivate without developing any practical impetus. Spiritual science fosters healing by involving the whole person. Having said this, let me add that I am certain that the knowledge I now represent before the world in full responsibility would never have come to me if I had not had to spend my entire life doing things that would ordinarily be considered manual work, because that kind of work also has specific effects on a person. So-called mental work that engages only the intellect does not reach the spirit. Today we think of manual labor or practical work as, quote, out there, close quote, and mental intellectual work as, quote, in here, close quote. Nothing could be farther from the truth. As paradoxical as it may sound to many people today, the separation between practical work and so-called intellectual work developed because both are devoid of spirit. Either we are stuck on the mechanistic treadmill of technology, as workers standing in front of machines and applying our intellect exclusively to the performance of mechanical tasks, or we are educated for intellectual activity and are insufficiently involved in real practical work. Our intellectual activity is as devoid of spirit as our practical activity. Spirit will be present in our thoughts only when they are fully saturated with reality, when we are harmoniously involved in the world as whole individuals, and when we think not merely with our heads, but as people who touch and shape things with their hands and notice how practical activity reflects back into the head. The products of disconnected thinking are as devoid of spirit as any products of machines. Spiritual science as we know it must not engage in a form of mysticism that is remote from everyday life, but must grow out of full involvement in life. In comparison to the usual intellectual and cultural activity of today, spiritual science must be much more completely saturated with reality. But can we actually call our contemporary intellectual culture, quote, saturated with reality, close quote? Don't we see that our science is powerless to grasp the spirit? In our culture, we usually think we are involved in unbiased scientific activity, This unbiased science, however, came about over the course of several centuries when social conditions allowed the religious denominations to monopolize everything that people wanted to know about soul and spirit, about the life that transcends birth and death. We were allowed to think independently about the outer sense-perceptible world, but not about soul and spirit. As we adapted to this centuries-long ban on soul and spirit research, our scientists became accustomed to limiting their thinking and investigation to the sense-perceptible world. Ultimately, through an elaborate process of self-deception, they arrived at the conviction that exact science was inherently limited to studying the outer sense-perceptible world, and that soul and spirit research went beyond the limits of human cognition. This idea took root in modern sensibilities until it pervaded all aspects of our life. Such a limited approach allows fruitful thinking about the natural world, but proves inadequate as soon as it is applied to human society. To establish genuine social sciences with a real impact on life would require imbuing ourselves with an holistic view of the human being. The influences I have just described have prevented us from developing such a view. That is how we came to accept spirit and soul as merely the fixed outcomes of centuries of dogma, rather than as legitimate subjects for research. Spirit and soul hover over quote-unquote real life like so much smoke and fog, and we have come to view reality as if shaped exclusively by economic forces. We have ceased to believe that spirit works in economic forces, and this disbelief has led to the disastrous conviction that spiritual, cultural, and intellectual life will develop on their own, out of purely economic forces, if those forces are simply organized appropriately. We lack any insight that economic phenomena were originally manifestations of spiritual activity. We also fail to realize that our culture has become estranged from the real world. Its recovery will require a real science of spirit, capable of understanding human beings as fully and completely as the natural sciences understand machines. This science of spirit, however, must be based on the cultivation of forces in human nature. To put it briefly, it has become extremely difficult to recognize that spiritual science must become the foundation for understanding and mastering societal issues. The human intellect seems to lack the impetus to delve into real life, and as a consequence our lives will become increasingly chaotic unless our feelings and will are stimulated by other impulses that allow individuals to relate to each other on a one-to-one basis and to shape and direct social forces. No matter what methods you adopt from our exact and exemplary natural sciences, you will not be able to develop social sciences on the same basis. Trying to apply to the social sciences perceptions and ideas acquired without benefit of the insights of spiritual science is like trying to apply paint to a greased surface. Paint will not adhere to a greasy surface, and neither will merely intellectual science adhere to real life. Our public life is crying out for a deepening that spiritual science can provide. Spiritual science will have to provide the foundation for resolving the unconscious contents of modern social demands. The actual demands cannot be formulated because the requisite power of thinking is not available to people. That is why we must not see spiritual science as something to which we devote a few passing thoughts. In fact, it is one of the most necessary prerequisites for the recovery of our public life. As a pragmatist, I know what people will say, that they have jobs, they have to work, and they don't have enough time to devote to something as complex as spiritual science. On the other hand, no matter how busy we are today, we cannot avoid noticing that we are treading on a slippery slope. Does what we are busy doing simply help lead the way into chaos? Don't we really need to devote every hour we can spare to radical prospects for recovery? Spiritual science, as we know and practice it, is intimately related to the century-old cry for freedom of thought, which is actually a cry for social freedom. Strangely enough, when we now attempt to examine what the stormy surges of so-called social demands bring to the surface, we repeatedly collide with the need to truly understand the impulse of human freedom, which manifests in different ways. We touch on an important point here, a point acknowledged even by Woodrow Wilson, whom I consider the most hapless of all the influential and so-called outstanding individuals of our times. Since I never spoke differently about Woodrow Wilson, even during the war, on neutral ground, when he was being worshipped everywhere, I suppose I can continue in a similarly uncomplimentary vein. Many passages in Wilson's book titled A New Freedom suggest that social conditions can be improved only by taking people's quest for freedom seriously. Obviously, he is primarily aware of conditions in America. But what does human freedom mean to him? Here we come upon a very interesting chapter in modern thinking. Wilson is, after all, a representative thinker of sorts. Writing on freedom, he expresses the following view. We can get an idea of freedom by looking at how a gear functions in a machine. If the mechanical device operates freely and without hindrance, we say that the gear moves freely. Similarly, a ship's machinery must be adapted to the motion of the waves, so the waves help propel the boat forward freely rather than obstructing its progress. Wilson then compares what the impulse of human freedom ought to be to a gear in a machine or a ship in the ocean waves, claiming that human beings are free when they move forward freely in the context of outer circumstances, when their forces are integrated into outer forces and are not obstructed. I find it very interesting that this strange view of human freedom should emerge from our modern scientific way of thinking. Isn't it the opposite of freedom, when you are so completely adapted to outer circumstances that you can only move with them, not against them? Doesn't freedom demand the ability to resist outer circumstances when necessary? Wouldn't we have to compare freedom to something that allows the ship to turn against the waves and stop if necessary? This strange view will never lead to sound diplomatic insight. At best, it can lead only to Wilson's abstract 14 points, as at least some of which have been favorably received even in this country. But where does this view come from? It comes from our failure to realize that to truly speak of freedom, we must return to human thought as such, which is the only thing that can possibly provide a real impulse for freedom in our life. This is the idea I attempted to present 30 years ago, entitled The Philosophy of Freedom, which has recently appeared in a new and updated edition. In that book, I attempted to formulate the human impulse for freedom in a way that is different from the prevailing modern conception. I attempted to show that we are asking the wrong questions about human freedom. We ask, are human beings free or not free? Are we beings who can freely make decisions and take responsibility for them? Or are we creatures of nature, tied to natural or spiritual inevitabilities? People have asked these questions for millennia, and are still asking them today, but these are the wrong questions. Our questions about freedom are actually questions about human development, the development we undergo in adolescence or even later in life, in order to acquire inner forces not provided by nature. We cannot ask, are human beings free? In terms of what nature gives us, we are not free, but we can become increasingly free by awakening forces that lie dormant within us, forces that nature does not awaken for us. The appropriate question is not whether human beings are free, but simply, is there a way for human beings to acquire freedom? and yes, there is a way. 30 years ago, I attempted to show that when we progress to the point of developing an inner life in which we grasp the ethical motivation for our actions in pure thoughts, we can then attribute our actions to real thought impulses, not simply to instinctive emotions. Such thoughts merge with outer reality as lover and beloved become one. When this happens, we approach freedom. Freedom, therefore, is as much the child of thought, conceived in spiritual clairvoyance rather than under outer duress, as the child of true devoted love for the object of one's actions. This is what German culture was striving for through Schiller, when he opposed Kant and sensed something of this freedom. We could do well to continue to cultivate it today. It became apparent to me, however, that we can speak only about what underlies moral actions, a foundation that does exist although people remain unconscious of it, and that we must call it, in quotes, intuition. This is the moral intuition of the philosophy of freedom. This was the starting point for everything I later attempted to accomplish in the field of spiritual science. Please don't think that I am being immodest. I am well aware that this book, which I wrote 30 years ago as a young man, suffered from all the childhood diseases of 19th century thinking, so to speak. But I also know that the intellectual life of the 19th century also planted the seeds of a type of thinking that leads to the spirit. I realize that when human beings rise to ethical impulses in moral intuition as truly free beings, they are already, in quotes, clairvoyant, to use a much maligned word, with regard to their ethical intuitions. The impulses for all ethical activity transcend sense-perceptible reality. Fundamentally, truly ethical imperatives are products of human clairvoyance. In this sense, there is a straight line from the philosophy of freedom to today's spiritual science. Freedom emerges only in human beings who cultivate their own development. As this development continues and we extend the foundations of freedom, however, we can become independent of any ethical system and rise freely into domains of spirit. Freedom, therefore, is associated with the development of human thinking. Essentially, freedom is always freedom of thought. And when we look at representative individuals such as Woodrow Wilson, we realize that they come up with paradoxical definitions, like Wilson's definition of freedom, for example, because they have never grasped that thinking must be rooted in real spirit if it is not to become abstract. Examples such as this reveal the principal shortcoming of our modern intellectual culture, which consists in not discerning the spiritual nature of the human being. We then also recognize freedom of thought as the principal demand of our time, and mastering social forces as its principal need. Now and in the near future, our life must move toward providing a foundation for these three principal phenomena. The primal human impulse of freedom cannot be found in any aspect of human nature that is accessible to natural scientific thinking, but only in the aspect accessible to spirit perception. Freedom has been the subject of much contention because people want to make decisions about it without so much as setting foot on the ground that supports insight into the immortal nature of the human soul. But without an unbiased approach to thinking about human immortality, we are in no position to consider the essence of human freedom. We will not discover the essential character of this freedom if we seek it anywhere else than in a type of thinking that is not natural. Once found, however, it fills individuals with the impulse to become truly socially responsible beings, inserting us into the social order in a way that releases social forces from within which is exactly what we need. I mentioned earlier that during the construction of our building in Dornach, people who have actually achieved certain heights of spiritual training volunteered for very ordinary, dirty work, and proved no less competent in that regard than people we normally call manual laborers. Admittedly, the Goetheanum is a symbol or representation of our spiritual scientific movement, and the social basis of its construction is not exactly that of a for-profit venture. Titled Social Renewal, and my lectures on the threefold social organism, present the possibility of creating similar foundations for all of our public life. It is simply a shame, however, that many people in other countries cannot visit the building because crossing national borders is impossible at the moment. Why has an anthroposophical group managed to free up social forces that allow the proletarian ideal to be realized, although not in the way it is usually conceived? Because everything we are doing in Dornach, down to the last detail, rests on a holistic approach to life derived from spiritual scientific impulses. The basis of what we are doing there on a small scale could also be applied to all public life. Every factory, every bank, every entrepreneurial venture, all aspects of practical life could be reorganized on the basis of a science that uses the methods I have described to penetrate deeply enough into the essence of human nature to grasp living realities, instead of abstract thoughts and abstract natural laws. We are not looking for abstract mysticism, but for facts that ground us in life's realities. By recognizing the essential nature of the human being, spiritual science also discovers social forces that enable us to organize life in ways that would allow everyone to lead a humanly worthy existence. Therefore, social forces, freedom of thought, and spiritual science are all related. Spiritual science is the exact opposite of what it is often believed to be. It is not something dreamt up by idle bystanders or people of leisure. It aims to be the truly practical approach to life that is so sadly lacking in our time. It aims to immerse itself in life, mastering it through science and practical activity. It deals with human realities, not simply life as we imagine it to be. Today there are perfectly well-meaning people who realize that the intellect and reason we have cultivated for the last few centuries are inadequate to restore health to our public life. If you ask these people what would be adequate, they give abstract answers about re-enlivening, in quotes, soul with, in quotes, spirit, but they come up with the strangest excuses for rejecting real spiritual science. Essentially, they are afraid of it. We repeatedly hear statements like, quote, "Not everyone can become a spiritual researcher," close quote. That is indeed true, as I have repeatedly emphasized here. But it is quite possible for everyone to take the first steps into the spiritual worlds of supersensible existence, as described in title How to Know Higher Worlds, and in the second part of title Esoteric Science. Anyone can take these preliminary steps at any time, but progressing to a deeper understanding of the beings of the supersensible worlds depends on various experiences, for which some people today are not yet ready. Becoming a spiritual researcher, in the truest sense of the word, involves overcoming many obstacles. For example, when body-free cognition sets in, we enter a world that is totally unfamiliar. All of our ordinary supports, the security of experiencing the sense-perceptible world, our ordinary intellect, and so on, all disappear, and we must be guided by different inner forces. It is like hanging over the edge of a cliff and having to rely entirely on your own inner being's center of gravity. Many people are afraid of this situation, either consciously or unconsciously, and they disguise their fear in logical objections to spiritual science. They give you all kinds of nice reasons, but the truth is that they are simply afraid of the unknown. We must also consider, however, that we are naturally adapted only to life in the outer sense-perceptible world. The habits we acquire there do not equip us to face the spiritual world, which is completely different. Consequently, when we attempt to delve deeper into that world, we undergo terribly painful experiences. Once we overcome such obstacles, insights emerge from the depths of our being, and we learn about the eternal aspect of human nature and the spirit that underlies the entire world. Not everyone can come this far on the path to spiritual knowledge. But as I have emphasized repeatedly, it is not necessary to be a spiritual researcher oneself in order to assess the legitimacy of statements about worlds we still do not know. Healthy common sense, unbiased by outer perception, is sufficient for distinguishing whether someone is speaking logically or as a spiritist of some sort. Logic is available to all of us, and it is all we need to tell whether someone is describing spiritually healthy experiences. People repeatedly point out that anyone can become convinced of the accuracy of natural scientific claims simply by paying attention to the scientist's laboratory methods. It is equally correct to say that anyone can be convinced of the truth of the contents of How to Know Higher Worlds or Titled Theosophy, because the character and qualities of spiritual researchers allow us to draw conclusions about the inherent merit of their insights. If we can acknowledge their value, these insights and their applications to life are worth as much to us as they are to those who have achieved them personally. We use outer facts to confirm the findings of natural science. Similarly, healthy common sense can assess the manner in which insights are presented, and in this way we can use it to confirm the statements of spiritual researchers. Just imagine the social forces that will be released as more and more people bear witness to spiritual forces, which are discovered only by spiritual researchers in supersensible worlds, but can be accepted by other people who simply rely on their own healthy common sense. After all, not everyone can become a chemist or a physicist either. The public social interactions that arise out of a spiritual scientific view of the human being speak for themselves and awaken forces of trust in our public life. At present, such trust is still undermined by the fact that individuals who have not taken their own development in hand and can barely be considered adults feel entitled to pass judgment on anything and everything. We founded the Waldorf School, which was made possible by our dear friend Mr. Emil Molt, as an example of a school system based on true insight and as a demonstration of how spiritual science truly can supply practical impulses for public life. We are attempting to solve a social problem in the right way. Our goal is for every child to grow up to be an adult who can receive the guiding forces needed for fruitful participation in public life. These forces will not come from the boring, inaccessible knowledge often propounded by the social thinkers of our time. In its place, we are attempting to foster real, socially responsible thinking based on human trust and the secure foundations of the human soul. We see each child in this school as a human being in progress, whose development can be helped along by insights that fundamentally enliven our methods of instruction. Here, as in all of its experimental practical applications, spiritual science shows us what is needed. In one lecture, of course, I am limited to only a couple of the possible perspectives on spiritual science as a necessary challenge to contemporary and future developments. These inherently one-sided indications are easy to oppose because they cannot show the whole picture. Before we close, however, I would like to go back to the beginning and reiterate how few people recognize that our culture is on a slippery slope. The general failure to seek a basis for rebuilding our intellectual, ethical, and general cultural life weighs heavily on my heart. Many examples exist, and I will mention a few before concluding. What conclusions do people active in public affairs draw from the realities of our present situation? There is one passage in the most recent book by the Austrian statesman Czernin that deserves to be taken to heart, although as for the rest of the book, you can take it or leave it. Quote, "The great drama that has dominated the world for the last 5 years continues, although in a different form. I believe future generations will refer to it as the World Revolution, not the World War, recognizing that the war was only the beginning of the revolution. The treaties of Versailles and Saint-Germain will have no lasting effect. This peace harbors the destructive seed of death. The struggles that convulse Europe are not abating. Subterranean rumbling continues, as if in a massive earthquake, and from time to time the earth will break open and spew fire into the sky. Outbreaks of elemental violence will repeatedly devastate the nations of Europe until all reminders of the insanity of this war have been swept away. Slowly and under unspeakable sacrifices, a new world will be born. Future generations will look back on our century as a protracted bad dream. Even the darkest night, however, is followed by a new day. Generations have gone to the grave through murder, starvation, or illness. Millions of people with hatred and murder in their hearts have died in efforts to annihilate and destroy. But new generations are arising, and a new spirit rises with them. Every winter is followed by spring. Resurrection follows death. That is an eternal law in the cycle of life. Blessed are those called to service in building up the new world." Close quote. So Czernin, and his name is spelled C-Z-E-R-N-I-N, Czernin. So Czernin also speaks of a new spirit, but I know he would reject our new spirit as a phantasmagoria. People talk about, quote, new spirit, close quote, in abstract terms, but they take to their heels at the concrete prospect of spirit. Nevertheless, tracing the path of this new concrete spirit is a serious matter. Today, many people attack spiritual science from the perspective of their idea of Christianity, refusing to acknowledge that spiritual science also offers a vital foundation for re-enlivening Christianity. In the Christianity of the future, we will rediscover the living Christ, as well as the historic reality of the events of Golgotha, through spiritual scientific research. By now, a majority of theologians turn the Christ into the, quote, simple man from Nazareth, close quote, and no longer teach that he is the actual central meaning of earthly existence. Spiritual science will provide a new basis for Christian spirituality. To Christians who fear the impact of spiritual science, we should say that the foundation of Christianity is so solid that it has nothing to fear from spiritual science. Just as it had no reason to fear the invention of the air pump or similar devices, it has no reason to fear spiritual scientific teachings on destiny or repeated earthly lives. Christianity is strong enough to absorb anything that comes from spiritual science. Whether modern supporters of the Christian denominations are equally strong is a different question, albeit a serious one. The so-called World War drummed into us the need for an international perspective. In thinking about Europe and our European culture, many people echo the thoughts of a Japanese diplomat, an educated man who said, quote, "For a number of years, we in Japan believed in the existence of justice in the Western Christian world. Recent years have taught us that it does not exist. The high-sounding teachings and explanations of Christian nations are nothing more than an insolent mask that conceals their injustice and greed. We now know that there is no such thing as international justice. And we also know that only superior might can contain the capitalist power of the West. Japan has learned this, and the rest of Asia is in the process of learning it. Our China policy is explained by the fact that we know we cannot count on justice or honorable dealings on the part of the Western powers. They will divide and destroy China, and then reduce Japan to vassalage. They will do so without conscience, consideration, or hesitation, if we in Japan do not maintain our dominance and support and develop China ourselves. Ultimately, Western exploitation would be the ruin of China, and our policy its deliverance. In China and our Pacific territories, we must be fully equipped to defend ourselves adequately. For us to trust an Anglo-Saxon federation, or to believe in any latent, let alone prevailing justice in Christian civilization, would be proof that we are idiots who deserve the destiny of national ruin, which we would inevitably face at the hands of the Western powers." Close quote. Whatever we may think of these words, they reveal how the world thinks about us, and we have every reason to regard them as fact. Especially when they come from people who actually ought to be aware of what our spiritual culture demands. Repeated objections to my efforts to present a new spirituality are truly misplaced. Let me read that sentence again. Especially when they come from people who actually ought to be aware of what our spiritual culture demands, repeated objections to my efforts to present a new spirituality are truly misplaced. I mean objections such as, quote, "It is impossible to confirm what spiritual researchers say," close quote. For example, a man who lives not far from here recently published a brochure entitled Rudolf Steiner, Philosopher and Theosophist. I would like to make only one point with regard to the spirit and logic of his remarks. He says, quote, Under certain circumstances, I would have to be an historian, a physicist, or a chemist in order to test their ideas for myself. I cannot confirm theosophical truths, however, if I am not clairvoyant." Close quote. Of course, I also cannot confirm the results of chemists' research without becoming a chemist myself, which I could conceivably do. But people do not want to make the effort to become spiritual scientists. In effect, this man is saying something very strange. I need to be able to confirm these statements without learning to apply relevant methods of testing. For him, the question is not whether it is possible to determine the validity of a statement after having acquired the basis for making the determination, but whether he has or could have made that determination himself. Quote, "All formal logical criticism aside, I must answer that question in the negative," close quote. I readily admit that he has to answer it in the negative, but just as I recognize the need to become a chemist myself in order to confirm the results of chemists' research, anyone who wants to check the validity of spiritual scientific truths must take steps to become a spiritual researcher, which this man refuses to do. His entire booklet is full of this logic, which also underlies many misrepresentations of spiritual science. We have better things to do than to worry about objections of this sort. It would, however, be fitting for the much-tested German people to reassess their relationship to the actual foundations of our culture. Let me quote a few sentences from an essay on Schiller and Goethe, written in 1858, by the brilliant art historian Hermann Grimm. Over 60 years ago, Grimm said, quote, "The true history of Germany is the history of national cultural movements. Great and illuminating deeds occur only when enthusiasm for great thoughts arouses the nation and sets moribund forces in motion." Close quote. Shouldn't we take these words to heart today? And what about these other words that Grimm, surely no revolutionary, wrote in 1858? He said, quote, The milestones of the people's progress are not the names of German Kaisers and kings, close quote, but deeds in the domain of thought that approaches spirit. At no point in time has it ever been more necessary for Germans to accept and act on Grimm's assessment than now, in this time of need and severe tribulation. We must urge our contemporaries to look back on our great forebears, so we may become their worthy successors. Are we to believe that our forefathers' confessions of faith in our culture are no longer valid today? Must we not continue their efforts, rather than merely quoting their words? Quoting Goethe is not the same as understanding him. We understand him only if we continue his efforts. It is nonsense to quote Johann Gottlieb Fichte today without also carrying on his cultural efforts. You have heard what the world thinks of German culture. The rest of the world must recognize that Germans again have the will to look back on the real milestones in their progress as a people. Our forebears, the great pillars of German culture, were often called dreamers. They were misjudged, just as any talk of spirit is misjudged today. Nonetheless, there were people who understood the connection between spiritual striving and reality. At an important moment, Johann Gottlieb Fichte said something to this effect, quote, "Other people say that ideals cannot intervene directly in practical matters. We idealists know that too, perhaps better than they do. But we also know that our life must take its direction from ideals. Those who do not realize this are not included in the world's plan for humanity. We can only hope that they will also be granted sunshine and rain at the appropriate times, along with good digestion and, if possible, a few good thoughts." Close quote. Much depends on the spirit in which we now look up to the activity of the great pillars of those who gave birth to German culture. Reality, not abstract judgment, will determine the outcome. If we, as descendants of these cultural forebears, learn to appreciate genuine spiritual practice, our predecessors will not have been the dreamers the world believes them to be. But they will indeed go down in history as dreamers if we, or our descendants, choose to remain ignorant of the real German spirit and neglect to come to grips with the realities of spiritual practice. May the German people honor the spirit invoked by German culture, and thus avoid condemning their cultural forebears to this ignominious fate. That is all I wanted to say to you today. The end of Lecture 4. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Freedom of Thought and Societal Forces, Implementing the Demands of Modern Society, Collected Works, Volume 333. This is Lecture 5, entitled The Assets and Liabilities of World Cultures, given in Stuttgart on December 27, 1919. These days, individual countries and ethnic territories are largely cut off from each other, and international travel has become difficult, or even in some cases impossible. If we are even somewhat involved in modern culture, we must recognize that this state of affairs is virtually impossible to reconcile with the deepest inner longings of individuals. To an unbiased view, each human psyche incorporates the spiritual and cultural strivings of all civilized peoples. To use a financial metaphor, no one on earth today would be able to draw up an individual cultural balance sheet without including entries from all over the world. But what does the balance sheet of German culture look like right now? It is time to talk seriously about our culture's assets and liabilities. I hope, after the events of recent years, that I will not be misunderstood when I remind you of the brooding, deeply digging thinker Friedrich Nietzsche, of what the brooding, deeply digging thinker Friedrich Nietzsche wrote, entitled The Birth of Tragedy, in 1871. The young Nietzsche, reflecting on the moods passing through his soul in the year of Germany's unification, declared the imminent extirpation of the German spirit in favor of the German Reich. For many of the intervening years, such a declaration must have sounded frivolous to many people. Now, however, the realities of our situation have changed, and regardless of whether we think Nietzsche was right or not, his opinion, expressed at the dawning of the new German Empire by someone who had truly suffered under 19th century materialism, remains significant. Perhaps we may be permitted to expand upon the idea or perception that led to this opinion. Is it possible, for example, that the German people's current disastrous situation could restore the collective soul and spirit that Nietzsche feared had been extirpated? These introductory words were simply meant to indicate the gravity of any general observations of modern soul-spiritual life and its challenges. Although Nietzsche shed only a fleeting light on the modern cultural balance sheet in 1871, many 19th century German thinkers attempted to address it seriously and conscientiously. I could list a number of such individuals, but I will mention only David Friedrich Strauss, whose materialism made him unpopular with many. Those of you who have followed my lectures over the decades will have some sense of my inner aversion to Strauss's title The Old Faith and the New. Nonetheless, Strauss must be given credit for unrelentingly raising the major theological issues of the mid-1800s with questions such as, do we still have religion? Are we still Christians? As in previous instances, I do not want to give yes or no answers to these questions today, nor do I want to pass judgment on Strauss. I simply want to point out that in spite of his materialism and the trivialities Nietzsche perceived in his worldview, David Friedrich Strauss was essentially honest in what he wrote. Strauss absorbed the 19th century's scientific mindset and approach to life in its entirety. He drew on the most modern intellectual accomplishments, right up to Darwin and Haeckel, to shape his inner convictions and worldview. Then, with relentless honesty, he asked, if I accept a worldview in line with modern sensibilities, can I still be religious in the old sense? Can I still be a Christian? For himself, Strauss answered both of these questions with an honest no. That is his personal bottom line in the balance sheet of modern soul-spiritual life. Although as supporters of spiritual science we must speak out emphatically against David Friedrich Strauss's credo, we must nonetheless acknowledge that he and many others arrived at an honest bottom line. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said of all similar efforts since the mid-1800s. At every turn, the representatives of various confessions seem to be attempting to obscure the issue. On the one hand, their words are full of concessions to scientific sensibilities. On the other, they continue to talk about Christianity and religion in the same old habitual terms, with none of the forthrightness of a David Friedrich Strauss. It does not occur to them to calculate a bottom line, or even to include all necessary entries in the cultural and spiritual balance sheet of our time. Obfuscation is the signature of many modern cultural trends. Attempts by small groups to arrive at an honest bottom line do not offer an effective response to this situation, but simply lead us in circles. Comfortably clinging to little thoughts is exactly what kept us from developing a viable relationship to international realities and ultimately led to the terrible catastrophe of recent years. These horrific experiences ought to teach humankind that it is truly time to wake up and discover points of view that can teach us to manage our life consciously, instead of unconsciously allowing ourselves to be led around by the nose. Today there is no shortage of idealistic programs and associations. They proliferate like brambles because our wide-ranging intellect always allows us to come up with something reasonable to say, which we then swear on as if it were Holy Scripture. Supporters of these various political, cultural, ethical, or social programs always think that their idea of what is right for humanity needs to be implemented immediately and universally in America, Europe, Asia, and all over the globe. Very often they also think that whatever they have dreamt up will remain the absolute salvation of the whole world for all time to come. This absolutist thinking is both the fate and the cardinal sin of our modern intellectualism, which prefers not to look at the concrete human condition or how it differs between the East and the West, to give an example. Today, speaking from this perspective, I will briefly address the international cultural balance sheet by drawing attention to characteristic difference between the worldviews produced by human souls in the East and West. Here in Central Europe, we have been heavily influenced by the Middle East over the centuries and millennia. On the other hand, we have been equally influenced by a newer element that has been arising in the West for some time. When we consider the foundations of Central Europe's cultural development, we turn first to Christianity, the most powerful of all impulses in humankind's earthly evolution, and in Western culture in particular. Although Christianity soon moved westward to Europe, it emerged first in the Middle East. Essentially, therefore, the Christ impulse constitutes an Eastern influence on the European psyche. Even today, as the poignant writings of Rabindranath Tagore confirm, the entire character or structure of Eastern spiritual life points back to ancient times. In Asia, the life of soul and spirit has always been paramount and has developed in a straight line from antiquity to the present day. Inasmuch as this Eastern spiritual life has also been instilled in our culture, it behooves us to make a profound inner effort to understand Eastern aspirations, and especially the ancient mighty sources of modern spirituality in the East. This spirituality is now in a stage of decadence or decline. Today, even the products of the best Eastern minds can scarcely be compared to the profound, meaningful spiritual life that Asia once produced for all of humankind. The further back we go, the more apparent the fundamental character of Eastern culture becomes. When we thoroughly examine everything we know about this culture, we realize that it does not originate in the soul constitution and attitudes we now consider normal in the West. The soul forces involved in the creation of this culture are different from the ones we ourselves apply in our advanced scientific and intellectual efforts. To really sense the character and structure of Eastern culture, although, as I said, it is now in decline, we must ask a question that I have often posed and attempted to answer on the basis of spiritual science. That question is, does a higher nature speak through human beings without making use of the instruments of the sensory nervous system, or of the body in general, which is what we use in our Western sciences and arts? In lectures here in Stuttgart, I have often described spiritual scientific methods that are as rigorous as any of the methods of modern natural science. These spiritual techniques lead spirit researchers to the eternal, immortal aspect of the human being, which enters the inherited body through conception and birth, and returns to the spiritual world when the individual passes through the portal of death. What speaks to us through Eastern culture, especially its older elements, is this immortal aspect. Not the aspect of ourselves that makes use of the instruments of the body and speaks through our Western science, literature, and art. The spiritual life of the East reveals what we bring with us into physical existence through conception and birth. In a certain sense, we cannot apply this spiritual aspect of ourselves here on earth, but must take it back through the portal of death. To educated Asians, real spiritual culture emanates from the higher human being within, if I may use a somewhat trite expression. That is, from something that far transcends the everyday human being. To get a more complete idea of how those in the East related to their spiritual life in its time of flourishing, we must consider the ethical impulses we apply in the activity of distinguishing the morally right from the morally wrong. These ethical impulses appear in us as intuitions when we summon up the best forces of our inner being. We must imagine the soul forces we then experience as extending over everything they sense and feel as they conjure up their spiritual, cultural life in the physical world. There is nothing here of the sensibilities that pervade our Western sciences, philosophies, worldviews, and superficial absolutist ideas. Instead, the Eastern worldview is imbued with an awareness of receiving a transcendent, supersensible element. For a long time now, we in the West have not known how to relate to the supersensible world, or its manifestations in the sense-perceptible world, in this way. The so-called higher being within the ordinary human being appears in our outward morality in abstract terms. But the mighty immediate experience of how this higher being creates a spiritual culture that is the direct expression of supersensible worlds has been largely lost to Western culture. Today we ought to honestly acknowledge this liability in our cultural balance sheet. Now let's look at individual manifestations. On the one hand, we see how the Christ impulse, as I said, flowed into all of Western culture. Its impact on Western life was once tremendous, but it has lost this impetus. In early Christian times, people who were serious about deepening their Christian worldview attempted to apply supersensible knowledge to understanding the figure of the Christ. By contrast, in the 19th century, the most progressive theologians and faithful Christians were very proud of eliminating the supersensible aspect of Christ Jesus. There were, and still are, university professors of Christian theology who are proud of seeing Christ Jesus only as the simple man from Nazareth, and go to great lengths to avoid reference to his supernatural character. Even with regard to Western humanity's holiest convictions, and often even among our leading thinkers, any sense of the supersensible has gradually evaporated. We no longer know what to do with centuries of developments based on an infusion of spirit from the East. We have made even our religious heritage materialistic. The most significant phenomenon here is that theology has made Christianity materialistic. It is sheer materialism to eliminate the super-earthly Christ being who united with the personality of Jesus of Nazareth, and to consider only the personal attributes of this Jesus as we do with any other historical figure. Other examples also reveal this strange relationship between the Western and the Eastern mind. Many people, whether consciously or unconsciously, with good intentions or bad, confuse our anthroposophically oriented spiritual science with the theosophy of Blavatsky and Besant. The point I want to emphasize today, however, is not the relationship between anthroposophy and theosophy, but a small but nonetheless remarkable phenomenon in the culture of a Western imperialist nation, namely the English theosophical movement. Theosophy's purpose in this eminently Western culture was to deepen spiritual life and re-enliven the search for the sources of spiritual experience. How did it do this? In their quest for sources of spirit, the citizens of this nation of conquerors turned to the conquered people of India and appropriated their ancient Eastern wisdom. Because we in Central Europe chose not to do likewise, the Theosophical Society branded us as heretics. Compared to the former living wisdom of India, the, quote, ether body, close quote, and the, quote, astral body, quote, close quote, which the English Theosophists borrowed from the now decadent Indian tradition, were materialistic interpretations of what the East conceives in purely spiritual terms. This example, however, is also characteristic in another way. The Western culture, epitomized by England, gave its members so little basis for seeking the sources of a new spiritual life that they were forced to borrow from decadent Eastern spiritual culture and bring it home to the West. This example exemplifies Western culture's inability to give birth to the higher spiritual eternal human being, which dwells within the mortal body and manifests in the spiritual culture of the East. Asians are eminently aware of the higher human being who inhabits not only the earthly world, but also the spiritual worlds that transcend the earthly plane, if I may attempt to characterize this being in crude and stammering terms. What can we find in ordinary, everyday Western culture that is analogous to the higher human being in the East? It takes a good deal of thought to discover the corresponding element that sets the tone for all of Western culture. Ordinary reference books tell us that there are approximately 1.5 billion people living on Earth. This is true enough if we count only the two-legged beings actively involved in the work of producing human culture. But it is not true in terms of how many people it would take to do this work if it were performed only by humans, as was the case not too long ago. Increasingly, over the last 3 to 4 centuries, the achievements of Western culture have allowed us to replace human work with machine work to a considerable extent. And the goods that serve our culture are now the products of machine work as well as human work. If machines did not exist, we would soon realize how many more people would have to live on Earth to make up the difference. The number of people needed to perform the work now done by machines can be estimated in terms of coal consumption and the like. When I did these calculations, I concluded that in addition to the current world population of 1.5 billion, 700 to 750 million additional people would have to be working on Earth, assuming an 8-hour workday. In other words, it is only partially correct to say that 1.5 billion humans populate the Earth. It is also populated by many others who do the work humans would otherwise have to do. But these others are not human. They are humanoid machines. The Eastern psyche is somewhat uncomfortable with the idea that 700 to 750 million humanoids have invaded human culture. These humanoid co-workers, these substitutes for human energy, are the typical Western analog or counterpart of the higher spiritual human being in Eastern culture. I believe that the balance sheet of world culture would be incomplete if it did not include these two entries, the higher human being on the one hand and the subhuman on the other. In recent times, of course, the peoples of Asia have not remained idealists, but have acquired the products of Western machinery for themselves. Nonetheless, let me cite an example from the mid-1870s, because it is still characteristic of the overall structure of the spiritual culture of the East. At that time, the Japanese received their first steam-operated warships from the English. Proud to have these ships at their command, they sent their English instructors off with thanks and set out themselves. People watched from the shore as one captain turned a ship under full steam, but they grew somewhat uncomfortable as the ship went on turning and turning and wouldn't stop turning. The Englishmen who knew how to control the steering mechanism had been sent away, and so the Japanese captain had to keep turning and turning out there on the open ocean until the steam ran out. Of course, such national differences are no longer so apparent in practical matters, but they are still evident to a considerable extent to our respective inner constitutions. The relationship of educated Asians to Western intellectual culture is essentially still that of the Japanese captain who did not know how to turn off the steam. There are tremendous differences in Eastern and Western cultures, in effect an abyss still to be bridged. It is very difficult for members of one culture to find their way into the other with full inner honesty. That is why we in Central Europe, wedged in between the cultures of East and West, now find ourselves in difficulty. Only the last remnants of Eastern spiritual culture suggest what that culture once was. Inasmuch as we belong to the Western world, we in Central Europe were nourished by Eastern culture for a long time. Although the event of Golgotha happened in the Middle East, it took place to benefit all of humankind, and therefore cannot be said to have come from Eastern spiritual culture. Everything that allowed the Western hearts and minds to understand the mystery of Golgotha, however, did indeed come from Middle Eastern traditions. To an unbiased view, our Christian way of thinking about this event is the last outcome of Eastern influence. Today, our normal, everyday culture still survives on influxes from Asia, and has not yet produced any new approaches to understanding the mystery of Golgotha and other supersensible events. But now that Eastern spiritual culture is in decline, although still adapted to modern Asians, what has it become in Europe and in Europe's extension in America? All the last vestiges of ancient Eastern spiritual currents that allowed us to understand the supersensible have become empty phrases. If we are truly aware of our modern life of soul and intellect, we must realize that a great deal of its content has been replaced by empty phrases. We are still thinking, using words either directly derived from or modeled after ancient Eastern usage, but these words, and with them a large part of our mental activity, have become devoid of meaning. Words that once held great significance in the ancient spiritual culture of the East have become empty in our mouths, in our understanding, and in our hearts. Unfortunately for our time, we are not yet sufficiently aware of this emptiness. Empty phrases that suffice for formulating party programs and cliched worldviews can never give rise to fruitful actions or ideas to further humankind's development. Empty phrases can incite and propagandize, but they cannot create. Looking at the legacy of Eastern spiritual culture, we realize that the living spiritual world it once held has become empty phrases. Then we turn to the mechanistic element that has become essential to Western culture. How do we perceive this element when the resilience of a spiritual culture no longer supports our perception? Can we deny that we take it for granted that mechanical energy replaces 700 to 750 million people on Earth? Or that this fact dominates our social and political thinking and has invaded our heads? Admittedly, our culture contains a few exceptions. There have been Western individuals who sensed such things on a deeper level. Let me draw your attention once again to an important creative work by the Austrian poet Robert Hemmerling, namely his title Homunculus. In this epic poem, published in the 1880s, Hammerling attempts to portray the peculiarly egotistical aspirations of a man who is entirely the product of our mechanistic culture. This man is portrayed as a billionaire, whose soul is driven out by mechanistic thinking. Hammerling also anticipates many innovations, such as air traffic, that had not yet become realities in his time. To Hammerling, the sole spiritual life of a typical member of Western civilization is that of an homunculus, an artificial, machine-like human being shaped by the mechanistic powers of the outer world rather than by internalized manifestations of the supersensible world. When we consider keenly perceptive descriptions of Western life by a modern educated man of the East, such as Tagore, we experience second-hand the fervor of the author's spiritual worldview as he reclaims the spiritual world of the East. Although Tagore speaks in Eastern nuances I cannot imitate, he describes all of the Western world's perceptions of nature and social or political thinking in the same way as Hammerling's homunculus. In Western culture, the echoes of the former spiritual greatness of the East have become mere empty phrases. To Asians, the great achievements of Western civilization are humanoid culture. People who take the easy way out will accuse me of exaggerating, I know, but only because they lack the courage to call a spade or resist understanding. In spite of their objections, it is time for an honest accounting in our collective soul-spiritual life. We must be especially aware of the liabilities of Western culture that I have described here today. The aftermath of the last world catastrophe should finally make it tangibly obvious, as was evident to any unbiased view even before 1914, that the humanoid character of the Anglo-American Empire has spread over much of the world. I am not saying this because I happen to be speaking in a German city. I have made similar statements elsewhere in recent weeks, and for quite some time now. I have also been telling Anglo-Americans that Central Europeans are actually better off than they are, because a great deal of responsibility has now shifted from the German-speaking nations to the Anglo-American side. We have it easier, because we no longer bear such responsibility for, quote, the rapacious acquisition of foreign territory, close quote, as one perceptive Englishman recently described it to me. By contrast, anyone who lives in an Anglo-American nation and still has some human sensitivity must feel the burden of a gigantic responsibility for humankind's further development. For us, however, what is the crucial aspect of the mechanistic international culture epitomized by the Anglo-American world? As a representative of spiritual science, I am not about to issue a thunderous, reactionary denunciation of this mechanistic culture, nor would it occur to me, even for a moment, to express any backward-looking thoughts about restoring old institutions or doing away with even a single achievement of our modern culture. We must respect the inevitabilities of the world's evolution, and modern mechanistic culture is as necessary and inevitable as the old spiritual culture. But what is its crucial element? Eastern culture, before it fell into decadence, focused on striving for the divine spirit in each individual. Today, however, this culture has become the product of martyr-like drives and has largely exchanged its spiritually based management of public affairs for a version imported from Western Europe. The East has lost its greatness and its inner impulse, and the breath of the past hangs over its spiritual culture. The fact that many Westerners are now turning to the East for help with their own faltering spiritual life is also a sign of decadence, a sign that all good spirits have been forced out of Western humanity. The current outer manifestations of Eastern culture, however, have no future. Grotesque as it may sound, the breath of the future hangs over our Western mechanistic culture. I am not speaking as a reactionary when I talk about Western culture, nor do I want to do away even its smallest detail. Nonetheless, it remains a fact that as this culture spread through the labor of its 700 to 750 million subhuman mechanized inhabitants, we, real humans, were left no life of spirit and soul, capable of energetically intervening in such a mechanized world. It is my belief, or rather it is an insight derived from spiritual science, which is more than just a belief, that the same spiritual energy that, when applied exclusively to the sense-perceptible world of space and time, manifests in mechanics and great technology, also inspires anthroposophical spiritual science, as I have presented it over the last 2 decades. The spiritual activity that created our machines and our mechanistic culture would have been impossible to reconcile with the spiritual life of the creators of Eastern spiritual culture. Such spiritual activity would have crushed them. They were not meant to be surrounded by mechanized life, but we Westerners are. We are meant to apply our intelligence and employ all of our human forces of spirit and soul in developing the inner strength to master our mechanized electro-technical culture in its entirety. Starting from the same basic spiritual configuration, we must transcend the sense-perceptible world to develop the soul forces that I described in title How to Know Higher Worlds and the second part of title The Philosophy of Freedom. These soul forces will lead us into supersensible worlds in a way that was never possible in the ancient East. Taking as our starting point the same spirit that suffuses the laws governing our machinery and electronics, we must undergo inner development that allows us to perceive the spiritual worlds that Easterners once saw. But we must perceive them in a different way, a way that is as rigorously scientific as the methods of any modern science. We Westerners, however, are at the very beginning of this process, and as yet very few people acknowledge that it is possible, let alone necessary. Nonetheless, we must develop a spiritual science that is equal in power and comprehension to all of the scientific and cognitive efforts known in the modern Western world. As we attempt to characterize this new spiritual science, we cannot resort to mouthing the empty phrases that are becoming the currency of religious denominations. The same seriousness and drive that we apply to our outer sciences must also be applied to developing spiritual science. We have now seen the outcome of a rational effort to add up the assets and liabilities of our time. If we continue to develop our social and political views only on the basis of the natural sciences, then we will post only liabilities, and our sociological or historical overviews will explain only the dying aspects of our public and historical affairs. The natural sciences allow us to understand only dead matter, and if we apply the science of death to public and historical activity, we will understand only their dying aspects. This explains why new social theories, which are now actually being implemented after a period of merely criticizing the status quo, are having such deadly effects on real life. They were created in the image of death. We will derive truly socially responsible views only from sources that must also feed our modern supersensible activity. Viewpoints derived from a merely mechanistic view of nature are liabilities. as are lifeless copies of centuries-old religious denominations that have lost their vitality. Now more than at any other time, humankind needs the power of the Christ, but we need a new way to find him. All of the old ways, whether obvious or disguised, belong in the liability column. We need assets, and in this case the assets will come from the renewal of our spiritual worldview. Today this path is still too difficult for many, especially in the West. Lately we have seen the emergence of an odd quasi-spiritual trend. Instead of learning about the spiritual world through the human soul's own strengths, it attempts to do so through imitations of scientific experiments that entice gods or spirits or the souls of the dead to pay the occasional visit to the physical, sense-perceptible world. Spiritism makes do with such theatrical displays, but they are the opposite of a genuine quest for spirit. If we truly seek spirit today, it is not enough to receive the occasional visit from spiritual beings on display in a theater in order to prove the existence of a spiritual world that we ignore in our outer life. We cannot allow the materialistic course of our life to continue. What have scientists like Lombroso done? The natural sciences remain devoid of spirit for them. So scientists turn to spiritualism to discover something beyond the natural world. Meanwhile, the rest of their lives becomes ever more materialistic. What we really need, however, is spiritual deepening that can truly make inroads into our material life and accompany it every step of the way. My ongoing mission is to describe a spiritual view of life complete with ideas that can shape actions and soul forces that can generate morality and religious reverence. I will continue to demonstrate that this spiritual science is already here in the content of my lectures over the past 2 decades. Today my intention was to describe this spiritual striving as an asset to offset the many liabilities of our modern culture. No matter what the political future holds, it should be possible for the much-tested German-speaking peoples, wedged in between East and West as we are, to base a new quest for spirit on the groundwork done by our great cultural forebears. In future, if we have the inner energy to take this route to the spirit, we should be able to tell the East about a spiritual life that it once possessed, in different form, but has since lost. The East will receive this from us if we succeed in informing the West about spiritual activity that can meet all the challenges presented by our purely mechanistic culture. If we seek this new route to the spirit, we will fulfill an essential task in Central Europe. The recent catastrophic events seem to have held strange consequences for the German-speaking peoples. It is quite true that we not only allowed ourselves to be overwhelmed by the precipitous ascendancy of economic activity in the West, but we also took part in the search for spiritual renewal in the impotent East. Nonetheless, it seems to me, I will resist the temptation to say it is a fact, that even at the peak of our materialistic aspirations, we proved we have no gift for materialism. We must look elsewhere for that gift, in some other part of the world. If adversity leads us to recognize our lack of talent for materialism, perhaps this recognition will encourage us to explore a spirituality that is our own, and not borrowed from the East. Perhaps the roots of our strength, which lie in the pure distillation of thinking, to which German culture aspired at the turn of the 18th to the 19th century, will still give rise to spiritual work on behalf of the further development of humanity as a whole. Whatever else the fate of the German people may entail, if we seek spiritual renewal, by returning to our cultural roots, we will realize that the Germanic spirit has not yet reached its peak. It will live on in future actions and future concerns, and we hope it will still inform humanity's future from this spiritual perspective. The end of Lecture 5. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Freedom of Thought and Societal Forces Implementing the Demands of Modern Society, Collected Works, Volume 333. This is the last lecture in the set, Lecture 6, entitled Spirit-Cognition as a Basis for Action, given in Stuttgart on December 30th, 1919. About 2 years ago, as the catastrophic events of recent years were drawing to a close, the Friends of the College of Spiritual Science in Dornach decided to rename its building. You will immediately sense the significance of the new name, the Goetheanum. It expresses an awareness of German culture that will inspire us with the courage to confront any present and future challenges to that culture. And so the Goetheanum stands on a hill in northwest Switzerland as an emblem of a spirit that is truly international, and yet includes the significant element we associate with the name Goethe. With that reasoning in mind, perhaps I may be allowed to remind you of Goethe's thinking now and then in my lectures. I will begin today with an example that initially appears far-fetched, but in fact points to a characteristic aspect of our spiritual science. You may recall that Goethe undertook an exhaustive study of plants and animals after assuming his responsibilities in Weimar. In the mid-1780s, after years of observation and experimentation in Weimar and Jena, he traveled to Italy, where his ideas on the relationship between plants and the earth coalesced. In letters to friends at home in Weimar, he wrote that he was very close to fully understanding the archetypal plant, the motive, perceptible only in spirit, that unites and underlies all individual plant forms. In a noteworthy passage, he wrote that once having grasped this, quote, sensible, supersensible, close quote, figure, as he called it, we could then modify it to invent an infinite array of imaginary plants, possessing all the inherent logic and necessity of plants that actually exist out there in meadows and woods and on the mountain sides. When he wrote these words, Goethe sensed that his perception in this particular field of knowledge was approaching its peak. His statement tells us that he was attempting to develop a, quote, spiritually appropriate, close quote, as he put it, way of perceiving the natural world, a means of acquiring knowledge which engages not only the senses and human intelligence, but also the entire spiritual aspect of the human being. This type of cognition submerges itself in the essence of living things, becoming one with them, to such an extent that the creative energy manifesting in plant growth in the outer world, and the living energy at work in creating the corresponding ideas in the human soul, are experienced as being one and the same. Goethe was clearly aware of the growth force active in plants as they develop leaf by leaf, node by node, flower by flower. He wanted to connect with that creative force, to allow it to live in his own soul. His intention was to allow the forces inherent in outer objects to come alive in his conceptions of them. This approach to knowledge aspires to an extremely intimate sharing of experience with outer living things. By now our cognitive processes are very different, so we underestimate how greatly Goethe's effort to achieve living ideas has impacted humanity's striving for knowledge. Our spiritual science, however, intends to be, in quotes, Goethean, not in the sense of compiling anthologies of what Goethe said or wrote on scientific subjects, but by taking up and developing Goethe's initial elementary efforts so that they may become increasingly fruitful. The spirit that worked in Goethe continued to grow and develop even after he was dead to this world, and the possibilities for its further unfolding are very different now than they were at the time of his death in 1832. Goetheanism in 1919 does not need to rehash Goethe's literal words, but it must continue to work in the same spirit. This can best be done by expanding Goethe's efforts, which were limited to the field of botany and to a lesser extent zoology, into the impulse behind a comprehensive worldview that above all else includes the human being. This new Goetheanism will transform the worldview that is emerging from our culture's most respected, that is, scientific methods of acquiring knowledge. Let me refer back to earlier lectures and characterize civilized humanity's spiritual evolution over the last 4 centuries. During this period, intellectual, rational thinking emerged as the primary force in our collective development, and our striving for knowledge. As the natural sciences experienced major triumphs and provided an abundance of scientific information on outer realities, our way of relating to the outer world, that is, the inner process of shaping ideas about the natural world and about our life, became thoroughly intellectual. It is true that we enter a highly spiritual element when we allow ourselves to be guided primarily by the intellectual aspect of human nature. The abstract ideas and concepts we have cultivated over the last 4 centuries are inherently spiritual, but they are incapable of becoming anything more than reflections of outer sense-perceptible realities. The most characteristic element of modern soul-spiritual life is its gradual development of abstract, very finely differentiated ideas and concepts, which lack the inherent energy needed to approach anything beyond sense-perceptible reality. People who apply great mental effort to this intellectual approach often believe themselves to be totally free of any bias or presupposition in pursuing their lines of thinking or research. This activity, however, is by no means independent of historical developments. It is interesting to note that many self-designated philosophers or scientists believe that human nature, or the nature of the world itself, determine or require one or the other method of research, when in fact their methods are simply the outcome of 1,000 years of human conditioning. Since the 15th century, we in the Western civilized world have been entirely devoted to intellectual thinking. We find its prelude in the last few centuries before Christ, in the dialectics of ancient Greece. Dialectics involves the inner activation of an element of thought that leads to increasing abstraction. To an unbiased view of Greek life, this process, which was still very much imbued with spirit for Plato, but became mere logical activity for Aristotle, is clearly derived from an even older, completely soul-filled thinking. If we look back to the earliest period in the development of Greek thinking and culture, as Nietzsche did in a grandiose, if somewhat pathological way, calling it the, in quotes, tragic age of Greece, we discover that the abstract, dialectical, logical element is not yet present, nor is the exclusive focus on the outer world. That early stage of Greek culture still contained an element that can arise only out of innermost human nature, which presents in a great diversity of manifestations the essence of the world as if from within. If we look still further back in time for the origins of the intellectual logic that first began to appear in Greece, we find in the East a type of mystery cognition that is, in fact, mysterious only to modern humanity. Today, in our ordinary life, we no longer have any conception of this means of acquiring knowledge. In the schools of the ancient East, that served simultaneously as art institutes and religious centers, individuals did not merely learn or apply their intellectual abilities to research. In the Eastern mystery centers, it went without saying that people embedded in ordinary life could not follow the path to the mysteries of existence. Before being allowed to approach these mysteries, students had to completely transform their inner constitution through rigorous inner self-discipline. They had to transform themselves into different beings, fit to receive mystery knowledge. The ancient East cultivated a means of cognition based on rich, concrete soul-spiritual activity. This fact cannot be documented historically, but it can be confirmed by spiritual science. Eastern mystery activity spread to Europe, where it became increasingly filtered down into dialectics, logic, and mere intelligence in ancient Greece, and later, beginning around the middle of the 15th century, into the intellectualism of modern civilization. Without a complete inner view of these facts, we cannot make sense of the various currents in modern culture or their assets and liabilities, nor can we achieve fruitful perceptions of modern humanity's needs. It is time to take an uncompromising look at our spiritual history and recognize the spiritual worlds in which we are embedded. Having traced the line of development from the, in quotes, imported spiritual life of the East through Greece and into our modern intellectualism, we must now look at how this evolution occurred. It was possible only because it was linked to a natural facet of the human constitution, namely heredity or blood relationships. We must base any study of the evolution of human cognition on insights into the full scope of the influence of blood relationships. In the ancient times that produced the precursors of our modern cognitive processes, perception and knowledge were bound to heredity and appeared in different forms in different races, ethnic groups, and other groups of people related by blood. The esoteric training of students admitted to the mystery schools had to be adapted to their bloodlines and inherited gifts and temperaments, which provided the natural basis for cultivating spiritual cognition. If we are aware of the real evolutionary history of humankind, in contrast to the fable convenu we now call history, we will discover that in the Western civilized world, the ties binding human mental activity to blood ties were severed abruptly around the mid-1400s, when they began to be replaced by factors that can never be inherited. This change is apparent in all post-14th century art, which has emerged from sources of human mental activity totally unrelated to even the greatest of the nature-based, elementally tinged accomplishments of earlier times. The difference is evident in many artistic media. The ancient Greeks were still aware that the creative energy at work in their culture, in the work of Aeschylus, for example, or the philosophy of Heraclitus or Anaxagoras, was bound to the bloodlines of specific ethnic groups. We can confirm this relationship for ourselves by looking at artwork, such as typical Greek sculptures, which reveal three distinct physical types: the satyr, the Mercury type, especially evident in all busts of Mercury, and the type common to sculptures of Zeus, Hera, Athena, and Apollo. If you look carefully at the shape of the nose, ears, and all the other details of each of these three types, it will become obvious that the Greeks viewed the satyr and Mercury types as inferior human bloodlines, and depicted Zeus as an example of superior humanity. These differences express the Greeks' sense of connection between spirituality and the natural, elemental, inherited factor in human evolution. This connection gradually loosened until it ceased to mean anything at all to humankind around the middle of the 15th century, when the intellectual element began to predominate in all normal outer manifestations of spirituality. Since that time, our mental activity is no longer bound to heredity or blood relationships. Today, even the pettiest philosophizers must admit that intellectual ideas no longer have anything to do with the fact of blood kinship, which played such a major role in ancient spirituality. The highly attenuated, purely intellectual mental life that has evolved since the mid-1400s has taught us to become independent of the merely natural element, but it has also distanced us from everything once considered essential to being human. A unique and even tragic feature has entered humankind's evolution. We have risen to a level of experience that is independent of natural elemental forces, but these experiences no longer allow us to understand ourselves. In ancient blood-bound spirituality, inner insight naturally included knowledge of the essential nature of the human being. Now, however, we have risen to an abstract level of spirituality that experiences great scientific triumphs, but is incapable of exploring human nature. Looking back on the stage of mental evolution that was based on natural, elemental factors, we find that good or bad, sympathetic or antipathetic actions in human history were also expressions of blood-based means of experiencing spirit. Individuals experienced themselves and spirituality through their bloodline. Their blood supplied mighty images or imaginations of the spirit they experienced. These soul experiences then flooded their bodies, and their ideas became deeds. But what about today? After 300 or 400 years, intellectual development has culminated, and the modern civilized world is full of the results of intense intellectual research. We find a great variety of ideas, but they have all become too abstract, too remote from life to transform into impulses for action. Today, when humankind's social and other problems have become acute, our souls seem to have fallen into a collective sleep that does not allow us to acknowledge that we are sliding down a slippery slope. The need for more profound inner forces that can inspire action is becoming urgent. Instead, we hear abstract religious preaching that bears no relationship to real life, reminding us of the old folk song, quote, "Sleep, Michael, sleep. In the garden goes a sheep. In the garden goes a little priest, leading you to heaven. Sleep, Michael, sleep," close quote. We have lost any connection between perceiving the natural world around us, which has become a purely intellectual process, and perceiving the essential nature of the human being, which was formerly a natural part of ancient blood-based spiritual cognition. I know how reluctant people have become to hear such seemingly outlandish, fantastical, and exaggerated descriptions. But if we are not willing to hear them, we will fail to develop fruitful ideas about how to renew and reorganize our life. To any unbiased view, such ideas are desperately needed. As for spirit and soul, although our academic philosophers still talk about the human, in quotes, soul, in relationship to the outer world, any clear understanding of the human being as an entity of body, soul, and spirit has long since disappeared from our Western worldview. At this point, we confront a very strange phenomenon. As I have said in many previous lectures, the triad of body, soul, and spirit is essential to understanding the true nature of the human being. The body serves as the spirit's instrument between birth and death. The soul is neither body nor spirit, but unites them both. Without a thorough grasp of this trinity, we cannot break through to a true understanding of the essence of human nature. Nowadays, however, even outstanding philosophers, who believe their scholarly efforts are unbiased, say that the human being consists of body and soul. They do not know that our intellectual activity is based on a long developmental history in the East. For example, in 869 AD, the Eighth Ecumenical Council of Constantinople decreed that as Christians we must believe that the human being consists not of body, soul, and spirit, but only of a body and a soul with some spiritual attributes. From that time on, this statement became dogma in the Catholic Church and an underlying assumption in academic research. Today, people who believe they are conducting independent research are really simply following the edict of the Eighth Ecumenical Council of 869, which abolished the human spirit by decree. As a result of such influences, our mental activity has become so abstract and intellectual that it is no longer capable of engendering will impulses. In time, if our Western intellectual life becomes entirely materialistic, our ability to act will be completely paralyzed. The course of Western intellectual development must teach us the need for a spiritual renewal of our culture. We have lost any blood-bound insight into higher human nature, and must now regain it from a different perspective. It was both necessary and right for humanity to spend 3 or 4 centuries developing the independent intellect. We achieved a certain freedom from natural constraints, but the resulting intellectualism must now be re-imbued with soul and spirit, with knowledge that informs and inspires human actions. Anthroposophical spiritual science has nothing to do with reviving the ancient methods of the East. Instead, it aspires to a modern means of learning about spirit. Anthroposophy wants to achieve a degree of intimacy with the life of the universe, which allows us to recognize the growth forces of the natural and spiritual worlds in our own bodies, as well as in plants and animals. If we imbue our intellectual activity with experiences of spirit, independent rather than blood-bound, Spirit-Cognition will inspire and strengthen our actions. Human will and human actions would be paralyzed without the influence of spirit perception. It is simplistic to say that anthroposophical spiritual science retreats into the contemplative life to achieve its knowledge. So does chemistry. Chemists acquire their knowledge in classrooms and laboratories that are entirely separate from the practical applications of chemistry. The contents of real spirit-cognition, which can tell us about the true nature of the human being, must still be acquired through individual self-transformation, although now in a completely different way than in the ancient mysteries. It is now time for us to learn spirit-cognition, just as we learn to perceive with our senses and to reason with our intellect. 2 lectures ago I talked about the need for intellectual modesty. It takes intellectual modesty to realize that as human beings, involved in outer life between birth and death, we are not naturally equipped to enter the spiritual world. Approaching the real mysteries of the natural and spiritual worlds requires learning, just as 5-year-olds must learn how to read. To the extent that we make use of our physical bodies, we are not adapted to the world of spirit. Experiencing this limitation is painful. Achieving real insight into human nature involves renunciation and the willingness to undergo painful experiences, as should be obvious from the fact that anyone capable of perception in the spiritual world is no longer looking at the world with ordinary eyes, hearing with ordinary ears, or thinking in the ordinary way. Spirit-cognition requires an independent spiritual organism. While it is certainly true that entering the spiritual world involves practices that isolate us from life's outer turmoil, the achievements of our spiritual science do not deserve to be described as an otherworldly mysticism that is remote from or hostile to life. knowledge gained through spiritual research, conducted in isolation, can be understood with healthy common sense and can inspire and inform human intentions and actions. By cultivating an all-embracing Goethean approach, anthroposophical spiritual science aspires to a form of spirit-cognition that can serve as the foundation for energetic human action. That is the only way to help our world. Although intellectual knowledge is also acquired through inner effort, it applies at best only to technology, that is, to the non-human world. Impulses derived from spiritual knowledge, however, can guide our public life, which has grown so difficult, in the direction of true recovery. Perhaps these claims of spiritual science deserve greater consideration in view of the infinite human suffering caused by failed so-called social movements such as Leninism, Trotskyism, and the like, which are nothing more than intellectual poison. For 400 years, intellectualism helped to free human beings to be individuals, but it served this useful purpose only as long as it did not attack old social forms. As soon as pure intellectualism seeks to transform society, its horrendous toxic effects become increasingly evident. It is a terrible illusion to believe that we can afford to look on world events dispassionately. These toxic effects are still in their early stages, and recovery can come only from spirit. Spirit-Cognition must become the basis of social renewal. I wish our opponents would take an uncompromising look at what is actually happening in our life, instead of issuing all kinds of, sometimes well-meaning proclamations about how spiritual science should keep out of religion. For example, a Protestant clergyman who gave a lecture on anthroposophy here in Stuttgart reportedly said that although spiritual science may unearth all sorts of clairvoyant forces, it has nothing to do with the childish simplicity that a Christian view of religion requires. Only someone who has been abandoned by all the spirits responsible for humankind's evolution could utter such a statement. To those they have not abandoned, these spirits proclaim loudly and clearly that this abstract talk of uniting some indefinable something in the human being with the Christ, this misguided enthusiasm for the childlike element in religion, is what led to society's current woes in the first place. First, the element of soul and spirit was monopolized by religious denominations, and the result was a science that is devoid of spirit and presents a spiritless image of the natural world. And now, although they admit that spiritual science can reveal all sorts of spiritual realities, they ask us to avow that these realities have nothing to do with the divine nature we are supposed to be seeking in ourselves. The materialism of the natural sciences has done a good job of eliminating spirit from nature, and this type of religiosity will increasingly eliminate God from spirit. In the end, we will be left with nature with no spirit, spirit with no God, and a religion with no content. A religion without content, however, cannot inspire actions. Without spirit-cognition, our ethical impulses on behalf of Western culture are totally unfounded. Ethical impulses originate within and demand to be implemented in real life in a way that intellectual understanding does not, as a little unbiased self-observation will confirm. Ethical impulses or intuitions are very different from the intellectually formulated knowledge of modern science. Our modern intellectualism, however, is unable to bridge the gap between our understanding of nature and our ethical activity. What has become of our ethical worldview as a result? Apart from religious views that are more or less devoid of content, the only other worldview available to us has been cobbled together on the basis of the natural sciences and as such it is highly one-sided, although at least honest. According to this view, our world, complete with human beings and other living things, gradually developed out of a primordial mist through certain combinations of vortex phenomena. But what about human ethical ideals and intuitions? If we believe in natural combinations as the sole origin of all things, ethical intuitions are mere epiphenomena that are valid only as long as people think they are. If the many old instincts remaining from earlier stages of human mental evolution were eliminated from our inner life and not replaced, we would have to resort to outer confirmation of our ethical ideals. Instead of feeling that we owe our ideals to the spiritual life that transcends all physical life, our motivation for action would simply be the desire to appear respectable in other people's eyes, or to avoid breaking the law. In short, if the intellect remains dominant, we will lose any sense that our ethical activity is warmed and enthused by a sole spiritual element. Ethical activity will be a reality only when spirit perception suffuses all of the mental processes we have acquired over the past 300 to 400 years. These remarks are not intended as reactionary criticism. They are simply meant to point out a real need. But what does spirit perception reveal? And what does it have to do with ethics? In the entire natural world, spirit perception sees the beginnings of what reasonable geologists, I use the term reasonable here in a relative sense, consider true of geological formations. These geologists say that a large part of the Earth's surface is already in a state of decline, which means we are walking around on a dead entity. The presence of dead substance, however, is not limited to geology. Our culture is full of it, and recent science has focused exclusively on the non-living aspects of the natural world. We are gradually becoming surrounded by elements that date back to primeval stages of evolution and are in their final stage of existence in the Earth phase of evolution. In contrast to these dying elements, our ethical ideals and intuitions, as revealed to anthroposophical spiritual science, are like the germ of the next plant that is already present in a dying flower, whereas the dying flower itself is the legacy of the earlier plant. In the natural world, we experience the dying legacy of earlier evolutionary phases. In the ethical ideals that come to life within us, we experience an element that will accompany human souls out into cosmic, eternal life when the earth is cast off like so much slag or like a collective corpse. By cultivating our ethical activity, we sow the seeds of future metamorphoses of the earth. Of course, this idea still seems preposterous to most modern human beings. But if we take it completely seriously and are fully aware of its depth, just imagine the impact it could have on our sense of moral responsibility. As human beings, we are products of the past, including all of the Earth's evolution, and as such we are on the road to decline. The ethical impulses alive in us, however, are the seeds of a future that still seems unreal and abstract, but in fact these impulses are the earliest beginnings of an abundant reality to come. We must realize that if we fail to cultivate ethical activity, we transgress not only against our fellow human beings, but also against all of the spiritual worlds that have planted the seeds of the future in us in the form of ethical impulses. If you behave unethically, you are cut off from humanity's future. In addition to infusing our will and actions with strength, Spirit-Cognition also lends our ethical activity a cosmically oriented sense of responsibility for our fellow human beings. In comparison, the thought horizon of educated ancient Greeks feels very limited. They were citizens of their city-states. In more recent times, America was discovered, and the fact that the earth is round was rediscovered through direct experience. As a result, we become citizens of Earth. Now it is time to take the first step. Today we are called upon to become citizens of the cosmos in the truest sense, to feel not only that we belong to worlds that exist outside of our own, yet form a whole with it, but also that we contribute to future worlds. Through Spirit-Cognition, our ethical views gain new roots. We will be able to transform ethics into an active force for social change only when Spirit-Cognition lends strength to our ethical activity. The methods I have suggested apply to the threefolding of the social organism, as I describe it in Title Toward Social Renewal. The views expressed in that book are often held to be abstract or utopian, yet they are more realistic than any others. This is because they are based on a new understanding of reality that none of our natural sciences, infected as they are with intellectual thinking, can possibly achieve. The gradual development of intellectualism has thrown individuals back on themselves to an unprecedented extent. Today we see strange examples of how egotistical people become what they can no longer Today we see strange examples of how egotistical people become when they can no longer understand the natural world and the human being on the same basis. Together with intellectualism, egotism has pervaded all of our outer and inner life in the last 3 to 4 centuries. It has become especially apparent in religion, as an unbiased view is forced to admit. These centuries have taught us to think about the immortality of the human soul from a peculiarly egotistical perspective. Today, individuals tremble in fear of the possibility that they might cease to exist as soul spiritual beings when their dead bodies are laid to rest. That is not what happens, of course, but people fear it nonetheless. Dogma forces us to focus entirely on life after death, the existence of which spiritual science fully corroborates, of course, while ignoring our existence as soul spiritual beings in a spiritual world before conception and birth. The truth of the matter, however, is that before descending into the physical body provided through heredity, each of us undergoes a period of development in a world of spirit and soul, just as we do here on earth. And just as life after death is a continuation of earthly life and builds on its experiences, the life we lead between birth and death is a continuation of life before birth. Being aware of life before birth arouses a totally different sense of responsibility, especially in teachers. It is no small matter to educate beings who descend from eternal spiritual heights into human bodies, which they then shape to their own purposes, more precisely with each passing year. Life before birth is the other half of the picture, the complement to the human soul's immortality after death, which we accept as a matter of course because it gratifies our egotistical desires. That is why spiritual science places so much emphasis on the fact that life here on earth is a continuation of the life we lived before birth or conception. Focusing exclusively on the afterlife makes it easy to avoid worldly responsibility. If we take life before birth equally seriously, we feel an obligation to lead an active and effective life on earth. Exclusive focus on the afterlife leads to a physical existence devoid of soul and spirit. But awareness of a previous existence in spirit before we descended into physical sense perceptible existence strengthens our will and pervades all of our life's activities. Only spirit perception offers a sound basis for human hopes for the future. Imbuing our intellectual nature with the results of spiritual science, will bring effective will impulses back into human life on Earth, which is now on the decline. Earlier generations could still rely on their instincts. In ancient Greece, for example, those who came of age and were ready to participate in public affairs simply needed to put their inherited instincts to use. Today, that is no longer possible. All culture would disappear if we attempted to rely only on our earthly instincts, which is what the socialism of Eastern Europe does. In effect, it is relying on nothing. If we pin our hopes on a socialism based on spiritual science, however, we are relying on something real. Of course, the perceptions and views I have presented here are not yet taken seriously by a large number of people, although some of our opponents take them seriously enough. For example, when I was still working in Dornach, I read in our magazine Dreigliederung des sozialen Organismus, Threefolding, the social organism, about a strange lecture given here in Stuttgart, complete with musical accompaniment, I believe by a canon of the Catholic Church. This lecture was based on systematic attacks by the Jesuit father Otto Zimmermann, which have appeared in almost every issue of the Jesuit publication Stimmen der Zeit, Voices of the Time. The lecturer said that Catholics, wanting to inform themselves about what Steiner says, should consult his opponent's writings, because the Pope has forbidden the reading of Steiner's own writings or those of his followers. The Roman Holy Congregation of July 18, 1919, issued a general edict forbidding the reading of theosophical and anthroposophical writings, at least according to Zimmermann's interpretation, and we cannot believe that the Jesuit father always lies. That he does lie at times is evident from his assertion that I am a former priest, a deserter from a monastery, when in fact I never belonged to any monastery. Later he retracted this statement, saying it can no longer be substantiated, a strange way to correct a lie. I do not, however, believe that he is lying about the edict forbidding Catholics to read my books. Clearly these opponents of ours have some inkling of the fact that anthroposophical spiritual science is attempting to introduce very real forces into modern life. In conclusion, let me make a comment that is both objective and personal. In the face of all resistance, and to the best of its ability, anthroposophical spiritual science must continue to stand for knowledge that supports our actions, our ethical and social endeavors, and the finest human hopes. Our opponents may succeed in muzzling spiritual science, but as soon as it regains even the slightest freedom, it will resume speaking out about the truth it recognizes as necessary for humanity. When the tide began turning in favor of the Allies, the Goetheanum was there for the whole world to see, as testimony to an international culture unapologetically based on further development of a Goethean approach rooted in Germanic culture. Similarly, in spite of all obstacles, anthroposophical spiritual science will continue to fight for the perceptions and knowledge that shape its convictions. This content, although rooted in Central Europe, belongs to the whole world. 30 years ago, in my first attempt to describe what the Germanic character needs in order to regain its best spiritual sources of strength, I wrote these words as an exhortation to the German people. Quote, "In spite of all the progress we note in various fields of cultural activity, we cannot deny that the signature of our times leaves much to be desired. For the most part, our progress has been characterized by breadth rather than depth, whereas an era's gains are judged entirely on the basis of their depth. Perhaps the proliferation of events that threaten to overwhelm us will make us understand that at the moment we have forfeited depth of vision for the sake of breadth. We can only hope that the frayed threads of progressive development will soon be joined together again, and that we will be able to grasp new realities on the basis of the spiritual heights we once achieved." Close quote. 35 years ago, I sensed that a catastrophe was bound to occur if no legitimate spiritual resurgence developed to counteract this all-time cultural low. This feeling gnawed at my heart as I wrote these words and sent them to press. The course of events over the last 3.5 decades vindicates my decision to sound the call for spirituality. May this call not go unheard again. May the German people hear it now and in the near future. May they turn to spirituality to undo the terrible damage of recent years. In fact, the destruction is only beginning and will certainly continue unless we turn to the Spirit in our efforts to rebuild our society and culture. Today, let us appeal to the German people's will to cultivate spirituality. We are quite justified in issuing this appeal, because there can be no doubt that we will find spirituality if we simply look for it. As I said recently, the events of the last few decades suggest that the German people have no talent for materialism, whereas the spirit of centuries of German cultural development confirms our talent for spirituality. The call to spirituality must evoke a sense of great responsibility in us. May we become conscious of this responsibility in a way that allows us to contribute to humanity's evolution again by acting on our spiritual impulses. May we sustain, maintain, and augment the accomplishments our greatest minds bestowed on a fortunate humanity for many centuries. The end of Lecture 6 and the end of this set of lectures, Freedom of Thought and Societal Forces, Implementing the Demands of Modern Society, Collected Works, Volume 333.